fuzzy.
Come on, man.
Piece of
You got this.
fabric.
Got this.
Fuzzy hide thing.
I really like your dagger, though. That shit's dope. It was like a giant snake, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was some big snake. Frost claw something snake. It had it said 4 things when it named it. I just remember frost claw and snake, but there was something else. Maybe it was giant frost claw snake.
Well, your dagger's called Snakebane. That is its new name.
Not bugging you. Not bugging you.
I think we should have our group from this city maybe buy gear or whatever else you want to buy, or we should fucking find a random, find a teleporter or something to a different dimension, and then we should feed it some information or have it do the whole 3 different paths thing again.
We should hire a ship captain out of the port.
That's what you were gonna do. This, right? Yep. On the sea.
On the sea.
Oh yeah, we really should, actually, because I have this map here, and we have this question mark island right here. Let's go to this mystery island. I like that. I don't know. I just threw an island on the fucking. I thought it was a lake, but it's a sea.
Actually, could you do it better? Yeah, it's like a big dormant volcano.
That would be cool. Have to fight volcanic beasts. We don't really have much that is strong against it, except you.
And ice arrows. Which I wouldn't really think ice is strong against fire, because fire would just kind of melt it.
Well, that's what it said it was. Like, the AI legit said that, so. I guess it's probably one of those things where fire would be strong against ice if we were fighting ice creatures, if you had a fire sword. But if you have an ice sword and you're fighting fire creatures, or, I mean, that makes that up. I don't know, but you get what I'm saying?
To each other.
Yeah. Exactly. What are you doing, Lumps? All right, what's going on, Dakota? What's happening? What's this ghost? What's going on?
I'm just getting everything set up, my bad.
Okay, good. What are you doing?
Fixing my stream.
Fixing my stream. I'm Dakota. I stream stuff. It's la-ti-da.
Cause la-ti-da.
Da-di-da-di-da.
I have to make your character chart still, Dakota. Your shit's fucking...
D-R-E.
Alright, I think I got it set up for both sides.
Huh?
I said I think I got everything set up for both sides. Alright, I'm gonna continue it.
Alright. Can you give us a recap of what just went down?
Yeah, can you give us a recap of what just happened?
Jake, still holding the restraining magic spell on the spirit, can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He turns to his friends. Jake, it's working! The spirit is getting weaker against the spell.
Continue.
The spirit fights to break free from Jake's magical hold, but its efforts are feeble against the powerful restraints. Swiss and Marshall also observe the progress of the spell, relieved to see the spirit slowly weakening.
Uh,
As the spirit
What?
continues to struggle, it's evident that it's at a disadvantage against Jake's spell. Marshall calls out to Jake. Excellent work, Jake. Keep the spell going.
what kind of spirit is this?
It's a dark, vengeful spirit driven by anger and malevolence. It possesses supernatural strength and magical abilities, making it a formidable opponent.
Have Dakota shove it in a jar.
With the spirit pinned
That's
down by
Swiss.
Jake's spell, Swiss takes advantage of the situation and quickly opens a bag, procuring a specially crafted jar. She approaches the spirit and, with some effort, shoves it into the jar.
Marshall wonders what to do with this spirit in a jar.
We have to find the guy who...
Marshall, observing the successful capture of the spirit in the
Find the guy
jar,
from Zelda who
contemplates their
buys
next course of
boats.
action. He addresses Jake and Swiss. Well, we've managed to catch the spirit, which is a good start. But the question now is, what do we do with it? Do we try to dispel it, or do we keep it trapped in the jar?
Continue.
Dakota, it's your...
Swiss chimes in, her mind considering the options. Yeah, we need to decide what we're going to do with this captured spirit. We can't just keep it in the jar forever.
Okay.
Alright, roll a d20. Is the
Are
spirit
you wearing
end up
that?
being a good spirit or a bad spirit?
I'm like melting right now.
Pretty hot.
All right, I'll roll a d20 to determine the nature of the spirit. Rolls d20. The result is 9. This isn't the highest result, so I'd say the spirit is more likely to be a bad or malevolent spirit rather than a good one. And I'm sorry to hear you're feeling hot. Maybe you could try drinking some cold water
Oh my
or
God.
finding a cool spot to rest a bit.
Yeah,
Sorry, I wasn't
Marshall,
offering. What the fuck's going on?
Marshall proceeds to sit down because he ends up getting too hot.
Marshall, feeling the effects of the heat, decides it's best to sit down for a moment to cool off. He rubs his forehead, looking a bit flushed. Marshall, geez, it's getting pretty warm. I need to catch my breath for a moment.
Marshall fishes for his water skin out of his pack to take a drink. Does Marshall have any water left in his skin? Roll a d20.
Sure, I'll roll a d20 to determine the amount of water left in Marshall's water skin. Rolls d20, the result is a 16. With a roll of 16, Marshall has plenty of water left in his skin to quench his thirst.
Jake asks if he can get a drink after. What is his response?
Jake notices Marshall taking a drink from his water skin and chimes in, feeling a bit parched himself. Jay, mind if I get a sip too? I'm feeling a bit dry after that intense fight.
Not unless you're Sharon. Swiss proceeds to take some of his luck potion and dump it in. Takes a swig. What happens next?
Swiss, seeing an opportunity and feeling a bit mischievous, reaches into a small pouch and retrieves one of her luck potions. She quickly pours it into Marshall's water skin before he notices. Marshall, blissfully unaware of the addition, takes a swig from the altered water skin, expecting to taste only water. However, the unexpected flavor of the luck potion hits his tongue instead.
Ooh, what happens?
As Marshall takes a gulp of the water, he's shocked to taste the bitter and unexpected flavor of the luck potion mixed into it. He immediately spits out some of the water in surprise. Marshall sputters. Whoa! What the? Swiss, did you put something in my water?
Yes, I definitely did. I put a little bit of luck in there for you.
Marshall then notices a ship
Marshall,
captain
still recovering
walking
from the
by.
unexpected taste, looks at Swiss in disbelief. Marshall,
Oh,
you
gotta
put a
be
luck
faster
potion
than
in my
that.
water? Are you serious? You know I don't like it when you mess with my stuff like that.
So,
Marshall then notices a ship captain walk by and quickly walks up to him and asks him where he's going.
Marshall, still reeling from the unexpected taste of the luck potion, makes a spontaneous decision influenced by the effects of the potion. He abruptly interrupts a passing ship captain, who was on his way somewhere. Marshall approaches the unsuspecting captain and somewhat rudely asks him, "Hey, where are you going?"
What does the ship captain say?
The ship captain, a bit taken aback by Marshall's sudden and impolite interruption, turns to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Ship captain, excuse me, young man. Did you just ask me where I'm going?"
Yeah, motherfucker. Obviously. I'm feeling a bit lucky today.
Feeling a bit lucky, will ya, scallywag, he says. That to Marshall.
The ship captain, slightly annoyed by Marshall's rude language and seemingly unusual behavior, responds with a stern expression. "Ship captain, watch your tone, young man. I don't appreciate the disrespect. And what's with your strange way of talking? You feeling lucky or something?"
I'm feeling very lucky today, buddy.
The ship captain, still somewhat irritated but also intrigued by Marshall's confidence, decides to play along for a bit. "Ship captain, feeling lucky, huh? Well, good for you. So, you want to know where I'm going, do you?"
Yeah, I do.
Yes, I do.
The ship captain, feeling slightly amused by Marshall's persistence, decides to give him an answer, but not without a bit of banter. "Ship captain, all right, since you're feeling so lucky today, I'll tell you where I'm going. But first, you gotta give me a good reason why I should tell you."
Takes a swig of the luck potion. And then also...
And then proceeds to tell him that him and his buddies are looking for some work. Do you have any?
Marshall, fueled by the effects of the luck potion, takes another swig and confidently responds to the ship captain. "Aye, we're looking for some work, all right. My friends and I are quite capable, if I do say so myself. You got any jobs we can take on?"
Ooh, I get a job.
We're looking to fight and slay something gruesome and violent and have an epic adventure. Any ideas?
The ship captain, intrigued by Marshall's request for a thrilling and dangerous task, smirks slightly. "Ship captain, oh, you're looking for something gruesome and violent, eh? You want an epic adventure? Well, I just might have something in mind."
Is it some sort of sea monster?
The ship captain grins, clearly enjoying the attention. "Ship captain, you might say something like that. There have been rumors of a fearsome sea serpent prowling these waters. It's been causing havoc for nearby towns and ships. Some have even lost their entire crews to its wrath."
Oh my goodness.
Marshall asks, what is the reward for the slaying of this beast? Yeah.
The ship captain, eager to entice the group with the reward, responds to Marshall's question. "Ship captain, well, the reward for taking down that fearsome sea serpent would be quite substantial. I can offer you a handsome sum of gold pieces for its demise. Enough to make it worth your while, that's for sure."
How much gold are you offering?
The ship captain, considering the value of the reward, responds with an offer. "Ship captain, for slaying that serpent, I'd be willing to pay you 300 gold pieces. Split
What?
among you and your friends, of course."
We just slayed a shadow entity for 100,000 gold. We need a little more than that. We might be willing to do it for, like, say, 30,000?
The ship captain's eyes widen at the mention of the amount of gold the group received for slaying the shadow entity. "Ship captain, 300 gold pieces wasn't enough? You want 30,000? That's quite the demand. I must say I'm both surprised and impressed. You're not messing around, are you?"
We will have positive results in killing this monster. I assure you, we are all very skilled in battle. I trust you that we're worth the 30,000. What does the ship captain say in response to that?
The ship captain ponders for a moment, considering the group's confident demeanor and apparent skills. He then responds with a sly smile. Ship captain, you seem quite certain of your abilities. I'll give you that. And I do appreciate a crew that's worth investing in. Very well, you've got yourself a deal. 30,000 gold pieces if you can slay that sea serpent.
We're gonna need a ship, or are you gonna be the one to sail us there? Marshall asks.
The ship captain considers their options for a moment. Ship captain, you'll be needing a ship, eh? I suppose I could lend you mine. It ain't the biggest, but it'll do for the job.
Are you gonna be accompanying us on this journey?
The ship captain thinks for a moment before answering. Ship captain, I suppose I could accompany you on this adventure. It's always good to have extra hands on deck. Besides, I know these waters better than anyone.
Marshall asks for the ship captain's name.
The ship captain grins and introduces himself. Ship captain. Apologies for not introducing myself earlier. Name's Captain Blackwood. Been sailing these waters for near on 20 years. At your service.
Marshall asks him to lead them to the docks so we can get underway immediately.
Captain Blackwood nods and gestures for the group to follow him. Captain Blackwood. Follow me to the docks then. We'll board my ship and set sail right away. Captain Blackwood leads the group through the bustling town, making their way towards the docks where his ship is docked. He walks with a sense of pride and authority, clearly comfortable in his element. As they reach the docks, the group is met with the sight of a weathered but well-kept ship bobbing gently on the water. Sailors aboard the ship seem to recognize Captain Blackwood, offering respectful nods as he approaches.
Yeah, good ship.
As they reach the ship, Captain Blackwood turns to the group with a confident smile. Captain Blackwood, here she is, my faithful ship, the Sea Falcon. She's not the newest or flashiest vessel, but she's reliable and knows these waters like the back of my hand. I trust you'll find her adequate for our task at hand.
Continue.
Captain Blackwood leads them up the gangplank, onto the deck of the Sea Falcon. The deck is well maintained and the rigging is taut, giving the ship a sense of readiness. Captain Blackwood, make yourself comfortable. My crew will set sail shortly. In the meantime, feel free to familiarize yourself with the ship. Just stay out of the way of the crew working, all right?
Understood.
The group takes the time to explore the deck of the Sea Falcon, admiring the ship's craftsmanship. The crew members go about their duties, preparing the ship for departure. Captain Blackwood keeps a watchful eye on them, making sure everything is in order.
About how long do you think it'll take it to get to the Kraken? Jake asks.
Captain Blackwood considers the question, estimating the distance. Captain Blackwood, it depends on the winds and currents, but I reckon it'll take us a few days to reach the area where the serpent was last spotted. We should arrive there by the end of the week, if all goes well.
Swiss wants to know if we have enough supplies to make it through the journey.
Captain Blackwood nods, reassuring Swiss. Captain Blackwood, no need to worry about supplies. My crew always ensures we're well stocked before setting sail. We've got plenty of provisions on board, enough to see us through the journey and back.
Awesome. Is there any rum aboard the ship?
Captain Blackwood chuckles at Swiss's enthusiasm. Captain Blackwood, glad to hear it. Welcome aboard the Sea Falcon. You and your friends can consider yourselves crew for the duration of this expedition.
Do you know, Captain Jack?
Captain Blackwood raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Captain Blackwood. Ah, you've heard of Jack, have you? Well, I've had my fair share of run-ins with that scoundrel. Let's just say we have a bit of a history.
That's where I got me compass from. I didn't get directly from him. I found it off a dead body, Paul say.
Captain Blackwood lets out a hearty laugh. Captain Blackwood, ha! You found that compass on a dead body, did you? Well, I suppose that's one way to acquire it. Jack's trinkets have a habit of turning up in unexpected places, don't they?
Hold on.
Seems to me that they do.
Jake asks Swiss if he thinks that the compass might speed up our journey a little bit. And what is the captain's response to that?
Captain Blackwood raises an eyebrow at Jake's question. Captain Blackwood, a compass that can speed up our journey, you say? That'd be quite a trick, wouldn't it? I've heard whispers of Jack's compass having some unusual properties, but I can't say I've ever seen it do anything quite like that.
Continue.
Captain Blackwood ponders the possibility for a moment, then shrugs. Captain Blackwood, who knows? The world of magic is full of surprises. If your compass has some sort of special ability, perhaps it could shave some time off our journey. But that's a big if. I wouldn't count on it, but I won't rule it out either. You never know what Jack's trinkets are capable of.
Oh, are you trying to say that it could be cursed or something?
I don't think that's at all what he's saying.
Captain Blackwood shakes his head, amused. Captain Blackwood, no, I'm not implying your compass is cursed. Jack's trinkets rarely have curses attached to them, as far as I know. I'm just saying that Jack's objects often have unusual properties that can surprise you. It wouldn't be unheard of for his compass to have some sort of time-altering ability or some other strange power. Captain Blackwood smirks, continuing the conversation. Captain Blackwood, ah, but be careful with that compass of yours. Jack's trinkets often come with their fair share of trouble. Just be prepared for anything, that's all I'm saying. The high seas can be a dangerous place, especially when magic is involved.
The whole crew proceeds to spend time on the ship for the rest of the night. They go to bed, and they are awoken in the middle of the night to a loud noise. What happens next?
The crew of the Sea Falcon are jolted awake in the middle of the night by a loud, unfamiliar sound. Bleary-eyed and disoriented, they stumble out of their bunks, their hearts racing as they try to discern the source of the noise.
Continue.
Continue.
Do I have to reset it? I think I gotta reset it. Alright, it said something about that. I'm just gonna say continue.
The groggy crew members hurriedly gather on the deck of the ship, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. The moon is high in the sky, casting silvery light on the waves, but there is no sign of what could have caused the noise.
Hold on, let me say something. One of the crew members hollers up to the crow's nest, "Do you see anything? Are we under attack?" What does the crew member in the crow's nest have to respond to that?
The crew member in the crow's nest squints into the night, straining to see any signs of threat. Then, after a tense moment, they reply. Crow's nest crew member, I'm not sure. There's something moving in the water off the starboard side.
Jake then replies, "I thought this thing wasn't supposed to attack. It was supposed to be around for another 2 days."
Captain Blackwood turns to Jake, his expression solemn. Captain Blackwood, Aye, that's what my sources told me as well. The creature was supposed to be some distance away, but it seems we've drawn its attention a bit sooner than expected.
Marshall asks, are we sure this is the sea serpent we're looking for?
Captain Blackbird looks out at the water, eyeing the strange shapes moving in the waves. Captain Blackbird, I can't say for sure what's out there, but those movements don't look normal to me. Could be the sea serpent, or it could be something else entirely. We should be prepared for either possibility.
Marshall says, I have exceptionally high perception. I will climb to the crow's nest and see if I can't get a better look at it.
Captain Blackbird nods, appreciative. Good thinking, Marshall. Please be careful up there and report back to us with what you see.
Continue.
Marshall begins to scale the rigging up to the crow's nest, his movements fluid and confident. The rest of the crew watch anxiously, their eyes glued to the dark waters around the ship. After a few tense minutes, Marshall reaches the safety of the crow's nest and peers into the night once more. He scans the water carefully, his keen ranger senses taking in every detail.
Continue.
As Marshall gazes out into the dark waves, he sees something moving in the water just off the starboard side. It's a large, sinuous form, its glistening scales barely visible in the moonlight. It's difficult to make out its exact shape from this distance, but it's clear that it's something sizable.
Marshall asks the sailor in the crow's nest if he could have his spyglass. He gives him 2 gold pieces for it.
The sailor in the crow's nest nods and passes down his spyglass to Marshall. He pockets the 2 gold pieces with a grateful smile.
With the spyglass, Marshall can now clearly see what is in the water. What does Marshall see?
Using the spyglass, Marshall can now get a much clearer view of what's in the water. As he focuses the lens, the shape of the mysterious figure becomes more clear. It's a massive serpentine creature, its body undulating through the waves with powerful, sinuous movement. Its scales gleam in the moonlight, giving it an almost iridescent quality.
Listen, mister, you just have more adventures from or something.
Captain Blackbird nods, understanding Marshall's excitement. Captain Blackbird, I understand the allure of a good adventure. But remember, this isn't just a lark. We're about to face a deadly sea serpent. We need to approach this with caution and planning, or it could lead to disaster.
I think we have this under control.
Captain Blackbird lets out an amused huff. Captain Blackbird, you have a lot of confidence, I'll give you that. Just don't underestimate the power of that sea serpent. It's not a creature to take lightly.
Marshall, your dagger has the power of frost.
I'm not jumping into the fucking ocean with a fucking 30-foot long fucking sea snake. Are you insane? I'm just gonna jump on top of it and stab it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, fine. Wait, you have frost arrows.
I have frost arrows.
Shoot up the fucking water around the serpent, trying to freeze it in place.
Swiss, you need some sort of fucking ranged attack.
You really do.
Yeah, I do, huh?
No, he has a fucking slingshot.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Yeah,
How useless is that at this point? And you ain't done anything with it. So it's just like a basic slingshot.
Just find something that you can put inside it that'll fuck it up.
Oh, Jake can temporarily enchant stuff.
Yeah! Ah, boom! Boom! Dude, hold on. Let me write that on your fucking... we'll just remember it. I'll make the fucking thing in a second. Slingshot. All right. Now, there we go. I can enchant it with frost. And we'll try to freeze it in place. And since it's in the water, I think lightning. Your staff does lightning. That's what I'm saying. I could zap it while you guys freeze it in place. Okay, we got a game plan. So first thing that we're going to do is I'm going to research it. Well, no. Marshall and you have to freeze it in place so I can get a good look of it to research it. Because right now only you can see it with the spyglass.
Okay.
Maybe we should taunt it to come closer to the ship. And then we can always have the ship shoot its cannon. So, like, it can take a lot of damage. Because we have, like, a whole fucking ship on our side. That's the dragon. And your dragon is technically, like, flying in the air, if you think about it. Goda. So we got quite the arsenal of things.
My dragon's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, it's circling around the ship. No one realized it because it's, like, up in the clouds, so... Alright. Just keep that in mind. We got the dragon that could get an attack. We got the ship that could get an attack. We got all of us that could get an attack. But this serpent can attack like 3 people at a time, how about? Instead of just 1. It can hit all 3 of us. So it's massive, so I think we should just quick protect ourselves. And we should also tell it that we all have 100% HP. So there's a lot of setup that we got to do here.
All right. Well,
Let me know when you're ready.
Whenever you guys are ready.
Okay. Give me a 3, 2, 1, I guess.
3, 2.
Marshall proceeds to attach
Captain
the
Blackwood turns
spyglass.
his attention to Marshall. Captain Blackwood. Aye, Marshall? What is it?
Marshall proceeds to attach the spyglass to his bow temporarily, notching 2 ice arrows, shooting it at the water near the serpent, trying to immobilize it and keep it in place so that the ship can maneuver closer to it. Jake also grabs Swiss's slingshot and gives it a frost enchantment at the same time.
The crew watches as Marshall takes aim and fires the 2 ice arrows at the serpent in the water. They slam into the water near the creature, instantly freezing the water around it and partially immobilizing it. The crew let out cheers and cries of approval as they see the serpent struggling in the frozen water. They watch with bated breath as the ship starts to approach the immobilized beast.
Swiss, now close enough, also starts to shoot his enchanted slingshot with frost bullets at the water close to the serpent as well, freezing it even harder in place. Jake then pulls out his research book and tries to get any information on the beast, such as its weaknesses and what it can do. What happens?
What happens, Mike?
Jake flips through the pages of his research book, looking for any information on the sea serpent. Meanwhile, Swiss continues to shoot his enchanted slingshot, further solidifying the serpent in its frozen state. The rest of the crew watches the serpent with a combination of awe and trepidation, its powerful body struggling futilely against the ice.
The ship captain then signals for the crew to fire a cannon barrage at the serpent. How much damage does the serpent have, and how much health does it have in total?
The crew quickly follows the captain's order and fires a barrage of cannonballs at the serpent. Each hit inflicts significant damage to the creature, reducing its health by a significant amount. Thanks to the crew's efforts so far, the serpent is down to half of its total health.
What is the exact number of the...
We're good at this. The serpent is a fearsome
As the crew
creature.
continues their assault on the serpent,
Let's give it
they
more
can
health.
see the signs of damage piling up on the creature. With half of its health already depleted, it's visibly wounded and struggling to break free from the ice. Its movements are slower and more labored, and its scales are cracked and battered. The crew is cautiously optimistic about their chances.
You pause it?
Yeah.
So because this one's so weak, we're gonna have another serpent come in and eat this one, and that's the real serpent that we've been told about. So this is just a tiny one, and the big one's gonna come in and eat it right before we kill it.
Damn.
And then, and then we have to fight the even bigger one that's like way fucking stronger.
That's little insane.
All right, ready? Unpause it. What?
The crew grins at the captain's light-hearted jibe. Their morale is high, and they're feeling confident in their progress against the serpent.
Jake, now realizing that the serpent is probably going to retaliate soon, reminds Swiss to call upon its dragon companion. The dragon companion now comes down and tries to headbutt the sea serpent. It rolls a d20. How much damage does it do?
Swiss summons his dragon companion and commands it to fly over to the frozen serpent. The dragon companion swoops down and headbutts the serpent with its powerful horns, dealing a significant amount of damage. The impact of the attack causes the serpent to thrash and twist in its icy prison, further straining its already weakened body.
No, they're better. They make me feel less shitty. About the same.
The crew laughs at Swiss's comment, grateful for the morale boost. They're all feeling a little bit better about their situation now, having managed to inflict serious damage on the serpent, despite its formidable size and strength.
So let me talk. Right as the crew thinks that they're in the clear and they have the serpent defeated, a way bigger, way stronger, much more formidable serpent comes and eats the original serpent we were fighting. This serpent has at least 10 times the health that the original serpent has.
The crew's cheers of victory quickly turn to gasps of shock and horror as they witness the arrival of the massive serpent. The sheer size of the new serpent is enough to make their stomachs drop. It's clear that this is a much bigger and stronger adversary than the first serpent they faced. The crew's spirits drop as they see a larger, even more fearsome serpent appear and devour the weakened serpent they had been fighting. It's clear that this new serpent is a much greater threat, and the crew exchanges uneasy glances, their confidence shaken.
Jake says, so that one must be the real serpent we're supposed to kill. The captain then says, aye, brace yourselves, men.
Captain Blackwood nods gravely, sizing up the huge menace before them. He can feel the crew's unease and is keenly aware of the danger they're facing. His voice is firm and determined as he addresses his men. Captain Blackwood, aye, that's the real serpent we were sent to take care of. Brace yourselves, lads. This is going to be a tough one.
Swiss, thinking quickly, grabs his frost slingshot and fires more bolts towards the water near this next creature. Marshall, also being quick thinking, shoots frost arrows near the water, temporarily
partially freezing this thing in track for a small moment.
Swiss and Marshall quickly spring into action once more, firing their frost-enchanted weapons at the new serpent. The bolts and arrows hit the water near the serpent, partially freezing it in place and giving the crew a fleeting advantage.
The serpent retaliates quickly. It charges the ship, smashing into the side of it. The ship is going to spring a leak as a large hole is blasted through it. How many turns do we have before the ship sinks and strands us in the ocean?
The crew watches in horror as the massive serpent smashes into the ship, causing a large hole to appear in the hull and allowing water to start rapidly flowing in. Captain Blackwood looks around, calculating the damage and the amount of time they have left before the ship is no longer seaworthy.
Or it knocks down the ship.
Continue.
Or it knocks down the ship after sitting it, or you shoot with your bow by a long sword into the eye of this dragon. Or not.
Marshall grips his bow tightly and lets out a breath, steeling himself for the difficult shot. He draws back, takes aim, and releases the arrow, sending it hurtling towards the serpent's eye.
How much time before the ship sinks, and how much damage did Marshall's spectacular shot shooting Jake's old longsword into its eye do?
Captain Blackwood quickly checks the size of the hull breach and the amount of water pouring into the ship, calculating in his head. Captain Blackwood, I estimate we have about 3 to 5 minutes before the ship is no longer seaworthy, and the damage Marshall dealt with that shot to the eye was substantial. The serpent looks weakened and disoriented, but it's still very much alive and dangerous.
Give me the total remaining health of the sea serpent.
Captain Blackwood looks at the serpent, assessing its condition. Despite the damage it's taken from Marshall's shot and the crew's previous efforts, the serpent has quite a bit of health remaining. Captain Blackwood, the serpent still has about 60% of its original health left, despite the damage we've managed to inflict. It's clearly feeling the effects of our attacks, but it's far from defeated yet.
Give me a number. What 60% of what total number? This should be over. Actually, forget it. I don't know. Give me a number. What's 60% of what? Like, are we saying 1,000, 6,000? Okay, so it has 600. The serpent has 600 health left.
Captain Blackwood nods, understanding what the group is asking for. Yes, 60% of its total health would be about 600. So the serpent currently has about 600 health remaining.
The serpent, enraged, now smashes into the ship once more, completely obliterating it. Everyone falls into the water, and the 3 party members, Jake, Marshall, and Swiss, grab onto a plank and float through the ocean, and then wash up on shore of a dormant volcano island the next morning.
The group is hurled into the water as the ship is broken to pieces by the serpent's attack. They struggle to stay afloat, clinging to a large piece of wreckage. They're carried by the current for a while before washing up on the shores of an uninhabited island, the base of a dormant volcano.
What time is it? It should be very early morning at this point, no?
Jake looks at the sky, gauging the time. Yes, it seems like it's still quite early in the morning. The sun is just starting to rise.
The group is extremely exhausted and on very low health. They must build a small camp and try to rest for a while. They all have major debuffs to their stats currently.
The group is thoroughly drained after their harrowing encounter with the serpent, leaving them exhausted and weakened. They realize they need to take some time to recover and gather their strength before making their next move. Jake, we need to rest and recover our strength before we face anything else. Let's set up a camp here and take a well-deserved break.
Continue.
The group sets to work, using their survival skills to quickly set up a small camp on the island. They gather firewood, build shelters, and tend to any minor injuries. Once they've secured a safe resting place, they collapse on the ground, completely exhausted and spent.
Jake asks Marshall if he can borrow some string from his bow to make a fishing pole. What is Marshall's response?
Marshall nods and hands over a coil of string from his bow. Marshall, sure you can use this, but I need it back once you're done.
Of course, ma'am, no problem. Jake proceeds to fish up 3 large bass for Marshall, Swiss, and Jake.
Jake, a skilled fisherman, confidently casts his makeshift fishing pole into the nearby waters. Within minutes, he manages to catch 3 large bass, enough to feed the group. Jake grins, holding up the fish proudly. Jake, 3 nice bass here. We'll be eating well tonight.
Jake then tosses the fish towards Marshall and asks him if he can skin them and cook them up good.
Jake approaches Marshall and hands him the freshly caught fish. Jake, hey Marshall, can you clean and cook these fish for us? We're all pretty beat, and I think we could use a good meal.
Marshall skins the fish, but the last time he cooked something, it went very poorly, so his cooking skills are actually pretty subpar. But he does attempt to cook the fish. Roll a d20. How are the fish? The last time
Marshall takes the fish and begins attempting to cook it, but it's clear that his cooking skills are less than ideal. He goes through the motions, but the results are far from ideal. Jake, watching the process, winces a little as he sees the sorry state of the cooked fish. Despite the cook's best efforts, it's not exactly a gourmet meal. Jake, well, it's not terrible, Marshall. Thanks for giving it a shot.
Jake then proceeds to pull out his spices and put it back into a pot with various boiled water and various plants and vegetables that he found on the island, and makes a stew for everybody that tastes much better than Marshall's cooking, salvaging the terrible meal. Everyone enjoys the meal. What is their dialogue afterwards? What does Marshall say? What does Swiss say? What does Jake say?
Marshall nods sheepishly, knowing his cooking skills are lacking. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not exactly a chef, but I tried. Swiss chimes in, a little more brutally honest. Hey, it was an attempt. I'll give you that. Jake, trying to be more diplomatic, adds, hey, no worries, buddy. The important thing is that we're fed. And this stew is actually pretty good.
After resting and eating, how much health and energy have the 3 members recovered? Please explain the energy and health for all 3.
After resting and eating a hearty meal, the group regains some of their strength and vitality. Let's say, for simplicity's sake, that their health is increased by 20%, while their energy levels are increased by 15%. Here are the updated stats. Name, health, energy, Jake 80%, 73%, Marshall 71%, 80%, 77%.
I hate it when, sorry I asked you too many numbers, my bad.
Yeah.
I won't do that again.
So I was avoiding that.
No worries. I'm here to answer your questions and provide information as best I can. If you have any other questions or need further help, just let me know.
Marshall says that they should search the beach for any wreckage from the ship or any other possible survivors.
Marshall suggests the idea of searching the beach for any signs of survivors or possible wreckage from the ship. Marshall, we should probably take a look around the beach. There might be other people who survived the shipwreck, or maybe some useful supplies washed ashore.
Roll a d20 for survivors and loot. Supplies. Roll a d20 for both buckets.
Sure, let's roll a d20 to determine if they find any survivors or useful supplies washed ashore. 2 result. The group meticulously searches the shoreline for any signs of survivors or valuable items, but finds nothing of value, except for some scattered driftwood and debris from the shipwreck.
Marshall says, well, that sucks. Looks like we might be the only survivors.
I can't believe we're fucking...
Marshall shrugs, clearly disappointed by the lack of findings. Marshall, looks like we're on our own here. There's nothing but driftwood and debris around. We might be the only ones who made it.
I went with it that way. You know, it's going to be very hard to, we're going to be stuck here for a while because we're all weak and can't perform, you know. Our dicks are floppy instead of up, kind of deal.
Yeah, it's our humbling moment because we were all like on our high horse, you know, with all our fire-ass gear. I lost my longsword.
Yeah, you have a moonlight greatsword.
Yeah.
Who cares about your longsword?
Me. That's why I got rid of it. Because it's going to influence my character to get another, like, sidearm. And it's going to be another enchantment that's not holy. So I have a longsword, like a quick weapon that's not just holy damage. Like, that does something else. But that's only useful against undead, like that ghost.
But it's not like it doesn't do damage to other stuff. It does extra damage too.
Yeah, you know, I want another longsword. I want another one. Fuck it. What happened to the 5 sheets?
I got this shit written down. Fuck. What do you think about
Jake
that?
raises an eyebrow, a slight smirk on his face. Jell, someone's got a wish list. I like your confidence, Marshall.
Shit, I lost my rubber band. What did I not hit?
Marshall lost his rubber band.
One that ever crossed the road.
Jake looks puzzled, not quite understanding the reference. Jake, excuse me, what on earth are you talking about? What rubber band?
Sorry. The group, Jake tries to teleport them off of this island, but realizes he is too weak to currently do so, and is going to need more time to recover.
Jake frowns, realizing the situation. Jake, damn, I was kinda hoping we could just teleport out of here, but I don't think I've got the power to do it right now. I'm too weak to cast that spell at the moment.
Marshall suggests they could search this island, or even try and build a raft and just keep on afloating. What does everyone else think about these suggestions?
Jake thinks we should explore the volcano island, while Swiss thinks we should take the raft.
Jake and Swiss exchange glances, considering Marshall's suggestions. Jake, I think we should explore the island a bit first. We might find something useful or even another way off this place. Swiss nods. Yeah, I agree. There could be something here we're not seeing. And building a raft seems like a lot of work for an uncertain result.
Marshall glances towards the center of the island, which has a large, apparently dormant volcano in it, surrounded by a dense, thick jungle.
Marshall points towards the center of the island where the dormant volcano looms in the distance, encircled by a thick, dense jungle. There's something about that volcano that's drawing my attention. And that jungle looks pretty thick. Could be tough to navigate, but there might be something important in there.
Continue.
Jake and Swiss follow Marshall's gaze towards the center of the island, their eyes fixating on the imposing volcano and the lush, dense jungle surrounding it. They all exchange a silent look, contemplating the challenges and potential hidden secrets that lie ahead. Jake, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, glances around the beach one more time, then nods towards the interior. Jake, there's nothing here for us anymore. Let's head into that jungle and see what we can find near the volcano.
Marshall asks Swiss how he is doing and if he would like to interject with anything in the current situation.
Swiss shrugs, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Nah, I've got no objections. You guys lead the way. I'll just keep an eye out for any trouble.
Jake also says he should say something because he's been awfully quiet. Are we sure this is actually Swiss?
Jake suddenly pipes up. Jake, hey, I might have been quiet, but trust me, I'm definitely still here. Just waiting for the right moment to contribute. But I'm all for exploring the island and checking out that volcano and jungle. Sounds like an adventure for sure.
Yeah, I want to go check out the volcano.
Swiss says.
Swiss steps forward, a determined look in his eyes. So yeah, let's check out that volcano. Who knows what we might find up there? Could be something interesting.
Jake then pulls out his research book and says, I'm going to research to see if there's any magma-type enemies we might run into at this volcano.
Marshall also ponders the possibility that there could be some ancient or lost civilization residing around and inside of this volcano.
Jake opens his research book and begins flipping through its pages. Jake, let me see if I can find any mention of magma-type creatures in here. It pays to be prepared for what we might encounter in that volcano. Marshall rubs his chin thoughtfully. Marshall, and you never know. There could be an ancient civilization living near or even inside the volcano. That would be one hell of a discovery.
Oh yeah, there you go. I paused it.
You learn like a permanent spell every time you find one.
Yeah, and when I run out, I can't learn any more spells, so I got my new spell book to do, so.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said, sir?
I paused it.
Oh, you paused it? Can you have it repeat what it had said?
Okay.
We were lost. We were lost in the sauce for a second.
Repeat
Yeah, I was
what you
also-
had said.
More stuffs for your character. I like your stat sheet. Look at that. Look at that fucking sexy shit. You don't need this anymore. That's basically what this is. This got turned into that.
Gotcha. I think you're interrupting.
Jake smiles at Marshall's enthusiasm. Jake, all right, I'll make sure to have more guts. Swiss rolls his eyes at Marshall's admiration for the shield. So yeah, it's a pretty awesome shield. But let's focus on our mission
Smith has a shield
instead
or
of
something.
drooling over equipment.
Yeah, I do have a shield.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I don't remember what it did.
Can it be the Dooku shield?
Yeah, I can be the Dooku shield.
Jake looks at Swiss, a little puzzled by the statement. Jake, wait, what? A dupe gift field? What are you talking about?
A Dooku,
Narrator,
a
can you
Dooku
please?
shield.
Narrator, can you please revert to 4 conversations ago and restart from there? What's happened?
Oh wait, can you please refer to 4 conversations ago and tell us what happened?
Sure, let's go back to the conversation 4 interactions ago. Marshall mentions that we should search around the island. Jake suggests exploring the island, and Swiss suggests they should build a raft. Swiss then mentions that he can create a duplicate item and give it to others, referring to his ability to duplicate items using his pixie magic. This allows him to duplicate
That's still
items
broken.
and
That
distribute
doesn't
them to
exist.
others.
How the fuck did that happen?
The AI actually gave it to him.
That's insane. Okay, so Jake pulls out his research book to research any information he can find on this mysterious uncharted island for any possible magma or fire-related enemies, and Marshall ponders the possibility of a lost ancient civilization on this island.
Jake studies his research book intently, flipping through its pages in search of any information on the uncharted island. Jake, let's see. This island seems to be uncharted, so not much on record, but I'm checking for any indication of magma or fire-related creatures. Marshall looks at the island thoughtfully. Marshall, it's possible that there could be a lost ancient civilization on this island. I wouldn't rule it out just yet.
Jake searches for any information on that as well in his research book. What did he find?
Jake continues searching through his research book, scanning the pages for any clues or information about a lost ancient civilization. After a few moments of intense concentration, he finally finds something relevant. Jake, it seems there are some mentions of an indigenous people who once lived on this island. They were reportedly known as the Firewalkers, but beyond that, there isn't much recorded information about them.
Marshall says, well, I guess we'll just have to find out our own information then.
We begin to search the jungle. We begin to search the jungle for signs of this ancient city.
Marshall nods in agreement. Yeah, not much to go on in the research book. We'll have to find out the information ourselves. Let's get moving and start searching the jungle for signs of the ancient city. With that plan in mind, the group ventures into the thick green depths of the jungle, their eyes peeled for any hints of the lost civilization.
Continue.
The group pushes their way deep into the jungle, weaving through a dense maze of foliage and vegetation. The air is thick and humid, and the path is difficult to navigate. As they explore, they look for any signs of human habitation, such as structures, artifacts, or ancient markings. The occasional distant sound of birds and animals echoes through the dense foliage, but otherwise the area seems eerily
I had
quiet.
to go piss. Switch just came back from a gnarly ass piss.
Pause it.
No, I can keep it
Marshall abruptly pauses in our journey. Marshall, sorry guys, I really need to take a piss. Gonna duck into the bushes real quick. I'll be right back. Marshall steps off the path and disappears into the foliage, leaving Jake and Swiss alone momentarily.
No, I just came back from my piss.
Oh, you just came back from a piss. All right. All of the party members have now pissed and are ready to continue moving.
It's paused. But, are you still waiting?
Waiting for what?
You don't, alright?
Okay.
What do you have?
Alright, go ahead.
Can you repeat the previous statement, please?
Yes, sure. Here's a recap of the previous statement. Marshall suddenly stops and informs the group that he needs to take a piss. He then steps off the path and disappears into the foliage, leaving Jake and Swiss alone for a moment.
Can you play the statement before that one, please?
Sure, no problem. Here's the previous statement. The group continues their journey through the jungle, pushing deeper into the darkness. The tall trees and thick foliage make it hard to see very far, and the path is difficult to navigate. They keep their eyes peeled for any signs of an ancient city.
Continue.
The group presses on into the depths of the jungle, their eyes sweeping across the verdant landscape in search of any signs of life. The air is thick and humid, making the journey even more taxing. Every so often an animal call can be heard in the distance, but otherwise the jungle remains mostly silent.
Marshall proceeds to look for a nearby tree to climb and get a better vantage point of their situation. He has a high perception stat of 25. Climb the tree and roll a d20. What does he see?
Marshall looks around for a nearby tree to climb. He spots one with sturdy branches and begins to climb. He ascends swiftly and easily, his high perception stat of 25 aiding him throughout the climb. Once he reaches the highest branch, Marshall scans the area below, taking in his surroundings. Marshall rolls a d20 for perception.
What is the result?
Marshall rolls a d20 for perception and gets a total of 18 after modifiers. With his keen eyesight, Marshall squints at the densely forested landscape and notices something unusual in the distance. It seems like there's a small clearing a couple of 100 meters away, and it looks like the terrain opens up somewhat around there.
Does Marshall see any structures or towers or dilapidated buildings or anything in that clearing?
From his vantage point perched high in the tree, Marshall scans the small clearing in the distance. His eagle eye spots something in the midst of the clearing, a vague structure that appears to be a ruined building, possibly a temple.
Marshall pulls his spyglass from his pouch to enhance his vision even more and continues to examine the building.
Marshall quickly retrieves his spyglass from his pouch and trains it on the distant structure. Through the lens, he gets a much clearer view of the building. The spyglass amplifies his vision, allowing him to make out finer details. The structure appears to be an ancient temple, its stone walls battered and crumbling, with the remnants of elaborate carvings still visible on some of the stones. The whole edifice gives the impression of having been abandoned for centuries.
Take extra note of some stone statues that Marshall sees by the staircase leading into the temple.
What do they look like? And what are the structures depicting?
As Marshall looks closely with his spyglass, he notices a pair of stone statues flanking the staircase leading up to the temple. The statues are weathered and worn, but it's still possible to discern some characteristics. They appear to be depictions of ancient warriors, clad in armor and holding weapons. Around the statue's base, faded and cracked remnants of ancient hieroglyphs can be made out. The symbols, while partially illegible, seem to tell a story of war and honor.
Marshall clambers back down the tree and leads the group towards this temple that he saw at the top of the tree.
Marshall descends the tree swiftly and confidently. Guys, I found something interesting. There's a ruined temple a bit further into the jungle. I saw it from up in the tree. Let's head over there and check it out.
Continue.
Jake and Swiss show their agreement. Sounds good. Let's go see what's up with that old temple. Swiss also nods. Yeah, might be something cool there. Lead the way, Marshall. With that, the group follows Marshall as he starts leading them towards the direction of the temple, moving swiftly through the dense jungle, the only sound being the rustling of leaves and the occasional crack of twigs as they step over them.
Continue.
The group continues their trek through the thick foliage, following Marshall as he expertly negotiates the treacherous terrain. With his keen sense of direction and high perception, he seems to have no trouble finding the path to the temple. After a few minutes of weaving through the undergrowth, they finally reach the edge of the small clearing where the temple stands.
Continue.
They pause at the edge of the clearing, taking in the sight of the temple. Jake whistles appreciatively. Jake, wow, that's some impressive architecture. Even though it's ruined, you can still tell it was a magnificent temple. The temple structure looms before them, its stone walls partially crumbled, but still holding on to the remnants of its former glory, as hinted by the intricate carvings on some of the stones.
Can you please reiterate about the stone statues at the bottom of the staircase?
Sure, here's a recap of the stone statues Marshall saw through his spyglass from the top of the tree. Marshall notices that there are a pair of stone statues flanking the staircase leading up to the temple. The statues are weathered and worn, but it's still possible to discern some characteristics. They appear to be depictions of ancient warriors, clad in armor and holding weapons. Around the statue's base, faded and cracked remnants of ancient hieroglyphs can be made out. The symbols, while partially illegible, seem to tell a story of war and honor.
The statues are specifically holding a spear and a shield.
Yes, you're right. The stone statues are depicted as warriors, and specifically, they are each holding weapons. One statue is holding a spear, which is a curved, one-handed sword with a hooked end often used for slashing attacks. The other statue holds a shield, a large, flat, oval-shaped defensive implement meant to protect the warrior from enemy attacks.
They are both holding a spear and shield. Each statue is holding a spear and a shield.
My apologies. You are correct, I made a mistake. The stone statues each depict a warrior holding a spear and a shield. The spear is a long pole weapon, made for both close-quarters combat and throwing. The shield, a large round or oval-shaped defensive implement, is used for protecting the warrior from enemy attacks. Apologies for the prior error.
It's quite all right, I forgive you. As the party approaches the staircase that the statues are flanking, a ominous glowing light floods through the area, swirling around the statues. They both come to life and jump down off of their pedestals, blocking the path up the staircase.
As the party approaches the staircase that the statues are flanking, a sudden, ominous glow envelops the surrounding area. The statues, both of which were previously inanimate, suddenly come to life, jumping down from their pedestals and blocking the path up the staircase. Jake and Swiss instinctively take a step back, taken aback by the surprise and menacing appearance of the animated stone figures.
Marshall, with his keen perception of 25, quickly analyzes this new threat, looking for any weaknesses that might present themselves.
Marshall, with his uncanny perception, instantly starts analyzing the threat that the statues present. Marshall. Well, these aren't your average statues. They've come to life, that's for sure. Let's see if I can spot any weaknesses. Marshall meticulously scans the stone creatures, his acute senses attuned for any exploitable vulnerabilities.
He then asked Jake.
What is he asking, Jake? I don't think you're going to find much in your research book, because this is such an ancient
Jake seems to be standing there, watching the animated statues intently, trying to figure out what to do. I think we need to find a way past these things. They're blocking our path and they don't look friendly. Swiss, ever resourceful, starts digging around in his pack, likely looking for something that might be useful. Jake, realizing the same, answers Marshall. Jake, you're right. I don't think my research book will be able to offer much insight into these creatures. These are ancient stone warriors. They won't be listed in any known texts.
Did Marshall discern any weaknesses by examining these creatures?
Marshall's keen eyes flit over the stone creatures, studying their form and construction. Marshall, they're animated stone, so we know they're going to be tough. Look at their joints. They don't seem very flexible. If we can manage to strike them there, we might be able to crack them. Marshall points out the rigid areas around the creature's knees, elbows, and shoulders, suggesting these might be potential weak points.
It could also freeze their joints.
Yes, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. Marshall adds, they can also use their powers to freeze their joints, making them temporarily immovable. But we can exploit this. because when they freeze, they also become susceptible to counterattacks. If we time it right, we can strike them at that moment and cause more damage.
Marshall moves into position and knocks an ice arrow into his bow. He knocks 2 ice arrows into his bow. He takes aim at each statue, aiming at their knee. He shoots both statues in the knee, trying to freeze their joint. Roll a d20 for both attacks. He is an expert marksman.
Marshall, an expert marksman, readies his bow with 2 ice arrows. He aims carefully and unloads on the 2 statues, firing at their knees with the intention of freezing their joints. Each attack roll is rolled using a d20. Roll 1, 18.
Continue.
Both of Marshall's shots find their marks, striking the statues in their knees. The impact creates a loud crack as the ice rapidly forms around their leg joints, freezing them in place. The statues are momentarily immobilized, unable to move their legs due to the solid ice that envelops their knees.
Jake takes his powerful moonlight magical greatsword and goes to blast them with a powered up energy beam at close range right into their frozen kneecaps, attempting to shatter their leg. He has 27 intelligence. What's your strength?
Making me a very strong sorcerer, and I have 23 attack, making my physical damage for this attack also very strong.
Roll a d20.
Jake, equipped with his potent moonlight greatsword and brimming with magical and physical might, steps forward. He raises the greatsword above his head, channeling its energy into a powerful beam. The energy attack blasts out from the weapon, its beam focused and devastating, aimed straight at the frozen kneecaps of the stone creatures. Jake's physical damage, based on his 23 strength and boosted by his 27 intelligence, adds a significant force to the attack. Jake channels his energy into his moonlight magical greatsword, preparing a powerful energy beam attack. He carefully aligns his shot, pointing the tip of the sword right at the statue's frozen kneecaps. As a sorcerer with 23 attack, he should be able to infuse his physical strength into the attack as well. Jake rolls a d20 for his attack. Jake rolls a 20.
How much damage does Jake do with his Moonlight Greatsword, being buffed by his physical prowess and intelligent prowess?
With his Moonlight Greatsword attack, Jake is aided by his both physical strength and magical prowess. The energy beam is charged with his sorcerer's magic and enhanced by his physical attack strength of 23. When the energy beam connects with the statue's frozen knee, the blast is so powerful that it shatters the stone limb and destroys a good part of the lower leg. The damage dealt is massive, dealing roughly 23 points of damage.
Massive 23 points of damage. So I'm guessing these stone giants don't actually have that much health, do they?
23 points of damage is quite substantial. Based on the damage dealt, we can assume that these stone giants may have lower health than we initially thought. They're made of stone, and while they're tough, they might not be able to withstand continuous, powerful attacks like this.
The stone statue that still has both its legs breaks free of the ice and attacks one of the
Because he's closer.
he attacks Jake with his shield, doing a shield bash attack on Jake. Roll a d20. How much damage does it do to Jake?
The statue, whose leg isn't frozen anymore, breaks free from the ice on its knee and charges towards Jake since he's closer. He performs a shield bash attack, intending to slam the flat of his shield into Jake. The statue rolls a d20 for its attack roll. The statue rolls a 19. Being a formidable stone warrior, the shield bash attack deals significant damage, delivering 19 points of harm to Jake.
How much health does Jake have left? He was at 100% HP, and he has 185 total. What is he currently at?
Before the attack, Jake was at 100% health and had a total of 185 HP. After sustaining the shield bash attack, Jake would have 166 HP remaining.
Jake pulls out his last remaining water scroll and proceeds to throw it at both of the stone giants, dousing them in water.
While that happens, Marshall takes another 2 ice arrows and aims them at the now wet giants, hoping to completely encapsulate them in ice.
And then after that happens, Swiss comes in and he takes his slingshot and he hits the ceiling, and a giant piece of
outside
a stone falls on top of them and rolls a d20. What is the damage that he does? And Swiss also has a super luck potion that he drinks before that, increasing his luck.
We're outside, we're not inside.
Jake, quick on his feet, pulls out his last water scroll and uses it to douse both statues in water, making them more susceptible to ice attacks due to their elemental weakness. Marshall, following the plan, readies his ice arrows and takes aim. He releases them, hoping to completely freeze the wet statues with a second layer of ice. Swiss, equipped with a slingshot, aims at the ceiling and successfully brings down a large chunk of rock, which lands on the statues, dealing damage.
Oh, yeah.
Before this, Swiss chugs a super luck potion to boost his luck.
Continue.
And so the party's coordinated efforts pay off. The stone giants are not only drenched from the water scroll and partially frozen due to Marshall's ice arrows, but also take significant damage as a large chunk of rock falls on top of them from the ceiling, thanks to Swiss's slingshot attack. As the giant piece of rock lands on them, it deals significant crushing damage, further weakening the stone warriors.
After all this damage, are the stone warriors still capable of moving, or are they immobilized? One of them only has
After
one
taking
leg
all the
left.
damage they have, the stone warriors are most likely severely immobilized. Between the water weakening them, the ice freezing their joints, and the crushing weight of the rockfall, their movement would be significantly hampered.
With these stone giants now dealt with, the party proceeds up the staircase to enter the temple ruin.
With the stone warriors no longer a threat, the party begins to ascend the staircase up to the temple. The ruins, despite being in a state of disrepair, still retain some of the imposing presence of the ancient culture that built it. As they move upwards, the air is filled with an aura of mystery and history.
Marshall rolls a perception check for any traps in their way. He has 25 perception.
With his exceptional perception ability, Marshall carefully inspects the stairs and the surroundings, looking for any signs of traps. Marshall rolls a perception check, and his score of 25 gives him a good chance to spot any potential dangers. If there are any hidden traps in their way, there's a high likelihood he would detect them.
Continue.
As Marshall scans the area with his acute senses, his perception is keen enough to detect a few small traps placed at strategic points on the stairs. He notices several pressure plates hidden under the steps, designed to trigger concealed arrows or other surprises if weight is placed on them.
Are these traps avoidable, or do they have to be disabled to proceed?
These traps are placed in a way that makes them unavoidable without careful maneuvering or specific disabling measures. The pressure plates are cleverly concealed, making it risky to simply step past them. Marshall realizes that these traps can't be bypassed without taking action to disable them.
Search the hallway for any mechanism to disable these traps.
Marshall starts searching the hallway, looking for any mechanisms that might disable the hidden traps on the stairs. His keen eyes dart around, studying every inch of the stone walls and surfaces. He methodically inspects the area, looking for levers, buttons, or other devices that could deactivate the pressure plates. His expert perception helps him notice even the smallest details in the environment.
Continue.
As Marshall scours the hallway, his expert perception and attention to detail pay off. He spots a small and discreet lever hidden behind a loose stone in the wall. This lever appears to control the mechanism of the pressure plates on the stairs, allowing them to be disabled if activated.
Marshall attempts to disable the trap. Roll a d20. While he is doing this, Jake's hat chuckles and Swiss's hat Sprinkle chime in about the situation.
Marshall carefully approaches the lever hidden behind the loose stone in the wall, keeping an eye out for any other threats. With his keen senses, he reaches out and grasps the lever, preparing to pull it. As he does so, Jake's hat snickers a bit, and Swiss's hat chimes in with their own commentary, adding a touch of humor to the situation. Marshall rolls a d20 for his attempt to disable the trap.
What did the hats say, and what is the result of the d20 roll?
Jake's hat says, "Well, that's a sticky situation we've gotten ourselves into." Swiss's hat chimes in with, "Looks like someone forgot to watch their step." Marshall's roll for his attempt to disable the trap is 17.
Continue.
With a roll of 17, Marshall's attempt to disable the trap is successful. He pulls the lever, and an audible click is heard as the mechanism engages. Feeling a subtle shift in the area, he deduces that the pressure plates on the stairs have been deactivated. Jake's hat chuckles. "Looks like we have a trap master among us." Swiss's hat comments, "Well, that took some skill and finesse."
Marshall says thank you to the hats and points out that Sprinkles the hat seems to have grown a little bit since we first acquired it back at the Shadow Syndicate.
Marshall responds to the hats with a nod and says, "Thanks for the support, even though sometimes it's a bit cheeky." He then points out the growth of Sprinkles' hat, remarking, "Hey, you know what? Sprinkles' hat seems to have grown a bit since we first came across it. Has anyone else noticed this?"
Swiss proceeds to say, "Yeah, I do kind of notice."
Swiss chimes in, agreeing with Marshall's observation. "Yeah, I have noticed that too," he remarks. "It does seem like Sprinkles' hat has grown a bit. I wonder what could be the cause of that."
Narrator, I would like you to know that Sprinkles is the name of the hat, and the hat belongs to Swiss.
Thank you for the clarification. To avoid future misunderstandings, I will correct myself. The name of the hat is Sprinkles, and it belongs to Swiss. I apologize for the confusion earlier.
Thank you.
That is all right. I forgive you. Now the party continues up the staircase and down this hallway, deeper into the ancient, dilapidated temple, remarking about what they think they might find inside. Everyone has their own dialogue.
As the party ascends the staircase and moves deeper into the ancient temple, each member voices their thoughts on what they might encounter within. Jake muses, "I wonder what secrets these old ruins still hold. Maybe there are answers to the past hidden within these walls." Marshall nods thoughtfully. "History has a way of hiding its treasures in the most unexpected places. We should be ready for anything." Swiss, with an air of caution, adds, "Just be careful. This place could be home to more than just ancient stories."
Marshall agrees, and then says, "I think we might find some interesting new ancient magic scrolls or books. Seems like the most likely thing that would be in here."
Marshall, continuing the conversation, concurs with the others. Yes, I think you're right. If this temple has survived the test of time, it's likely that some ancient spells and knowledge have endured with it. We might stumble upon some valuable magic scrolls or books deep within these ruins.
He also says we should keep a lookout for any other stone guardians or other possible traps or enemies that might be lurking inside. The group continues, having their own dialogue.
Marshall continues. That's a good point. We've already encountered several stone warriors on the way up here. There could be more inside, or perhaps even other types of dangers waiting to surprise us. Let's stay vigilant and be prepared for anything that comes our way. Jake chimes in. I agree. We shouldn't let our guard down just because we've made it inside. We never know what tricks this temple still has up its sleeve.
Generate a random encounter based on the previous knowledge of this place relevant to this ancient temple.
As the party continues deeper into the ancient temple, they are suddenly ambushed by a group of animated stone statues. These statues, hidden in the shadows of the crumbling temple, burst to life with a burst of magical energy. Each statue bears the image of a warrior, its lifeless eyes fixed on the party. They move with fluid, unnatural grace, the magic animating them, imbuing them with a level of lethality they didn't possess in their stone forms.
There are how many statues are there?
There are a total of 6 stone warriors that spring to life, each one moving with a fluid and unnatural grace, thanks to the magic animating them. The party now faces the challenge of dealing with these seemingly sentient stone statues.
Marshall remarks that with how old and weathered these stones are, we already know that these warriors are considerably weaker than they were when they were new.
Marshall, observing the condition of the stone warriors, remarks to the group, "These warriors may be ancient, but their age is clearly catching up to them. Look at how weathered and weakened they are compared to when they were first constructed. Their age should make them significantly easier to deal with."
Jake looks inside of his ancient spell book to see if he has a mighty push spell to push and destroy all of the stone enemies' legs in one fell swoop.
Jake quickly rifles through his ancient spellbook, searching for a suitable spell to deal with the stone warriors. After a moment of searching, he exclaims, "Oh crap, I have just the spell for this. It's called a Mighty Push. If it works, it should knock all of these stone warriors off their feet in one strike and render them immobile."
Actually, it's called Wrath of the Gods instead of Mighty Push.
Jake corrects himself. "Actually, I was wrong about the name of the spell. It's not Mighty Push. It's called Wrath of the Gods. It summons a powerful burst of divine energy that should be able to take out these animated stone warriors in one fell swoop."
Jake calls upon this power of the spell, Wrath of the Gods, aiming it at the 6 stone warriors. Roll a d20 for
His
the
intelligence is level 27, so he should have a high success rate.
Jake, feeling empowered by the knowledge that he has the perfect spell for the situation, focuses his energy and casts Wrath of the Gods at the 6 stone warriors. With his intelligence level being 27, he should have a good chance of successfully casting the spell. Jake rolls a d20 and gets a natural 20.
The stone warriors are blasted back, and they all smash into the walls of the corridor. Most of them crumble into pieces.
How many are left?
With Jake's successful cast of Wrath of the Gods, the 6 stone warriors are blasted back and smashed into the walls of the corridor. Most of them crumble into pieces upon impact, their weakened old bodies unable to withstand the divine power of the spell. 2 of the warriors manage to withstand the impact, albeit with significant damage. They struggle to remain standing, reduced to half of their original strength.
Marshall, who is an expert marksman and has enhanced accuracy with his bow, shoots 2 ice arrows at the stone statue's feet. Roll a d20 for both shots.
With his exceptional marksmanship and enhanced accuracy, Marshall lines up his shots on the remaining 2 stone warriors. He knocks 2 ice arrows onto his bow and focuses on his targets. Marshall rolls a d20 and gets a 19 for the first shot and a 15 for the second shot.
Are both stone warriors' feet now frozen to the floor?
Yes, both the remaining stone warriors' feet have now been frozen to the floor after being struck by Marshall's ice arrows. The arrows have quickly covered their feet in a thin layer of ice, effectively rooting them to the spot.
Jake uses his staff of enhanced magic to enchant Swiss's slingshot with a powerful molten fire element attack.
Ooh, that's
Swiss then shoots both of the statues in the head with his slingshot. Roll a d20 for both slingshot shots.
Jake focuses his magical energy through his staff of enhanced magic, imbuing it with the molten fire element. He casts the enchantments upon Swiss's slingshot, infusing it with the power to conjure a molten burst attack. Swiss, having been armed with this enchanted slingshot, takes aim at both of the remaining stone warriors and fires 2 shots, one after the other. He rolls a d20 and gets a 15 for the first shot and a 19 for the second shot.
What is the outcome of the attack?
With Swiss's 2 shots from his enchanted slingshot, both of the remaining stone warriors suffer a molten burst attack. The enchanted bullets, imbued with the power of the molten fire element, explode upon impact, showering the warriors with molten liquid. Both warriors cry out in pain as the molten liquid sears their old, weathered bodies.
The stone is too old and ancient to withstand such high temperatures, and it cracks and turns completely to dust.
The molten liquid, searing hot against the old and ancient stone, soon proves too much for the weakened warriors to handle. As the molten liquid seeps into the cracks in the stone, the heat causes the stone to crack and crumble, the warriors gradually turning into a pile of dust.
Jake exclaims, "I need to get me a weapon that has that on it." And then, as the lava seeps into the floorboards, a secret passage with a stairway is revealed in the floor. And the crew all has something to say. What do they say?
Jake, realizing the effectiveness of Swiss's enchanted slingshot, expresses his desire to also arm himself with a weapon that possesses similar capabilities. Just then, as the molten liquid continues to seep into the floorboards, a secret passage and stairway are revealed. As the group gathers around the newly discovered passageway, each member chimes in with something to say. Jake, well, that's a surprise. I wonder where this leads. Swiss, hidden passageway? Interesting. Let's proceed with caution.
Marshall proceeds to inspect the corridor with his high perception for any traps. He rolls a d20. Are there any traps?
Marshall, keen on the group's safety, steps forward to inspect the corridor for any potential traps. He uses his heightened perception to closely examine every corner and crevice of the passageway, searching for any signs of danger. Marshall rolls a d20 for his perception check and gets a 14. With this result, Marshall spots a few subtle signs of a trap.
What kind of traps are they? Jake asks. And then proceed to describe what kind of traps they are.
Marshall, his heightened perception picking up on the subtlest signs of a trap, notices a few key details. Marshall says, there appears to be a pressure plate embedded in the floor at the start of the stairway. It's likely connected to a trap of some kind, most likely an arrow booby trap or a pitfall.
Well, we'll just have to avoid stepping over that one. What about the next one? Explain what the next trap is.
Marshall, still scanning the corridor for other traps, spots another one further down the passageway. He explains, there seems to be a tripwire about halfway down the corridor, hidden between the gaps in the floorboards. It's probably connected to a mechanism that will release some kind of projectile or trigger a ceiling trap. We'll have to be careful to avoid triggering it.
Roll a d20. What does it do?
Marshall, continuing to examine the corridor, locates a few more traps along the way. He spots a thin tripwire halfway down the corridor and another hidden pressure plate in the corner. His perception picks up on these subtle details, allowing him to spot the dangers that lie ahead. He rolls a d20 for the trap's effect and scores a 12. With this roll, Marshall deduces that the tripwire is likely connected to a ceiling trap that will release a swarm of venomous spiders upon being triggered.
Good thing we got you, Marshall, Jake says. And the crew proceeds to go through the corridor, dodging all the traps. They roll a d20. What is the result of them going through this corridor, trying to avoid all the traps?
The party, with Marshall's exceptional perception skill, carefully proceeds along the corridor, avoiding all the traps they had spotted earlier. They step over the pressure plate, duck under the tripwire in the corner, and narrowly avoid triggering any other dangers. The players roll a d20 to determine the outcome of their journey through the corridor. The result is a 16, indicating a successful journey without triggering any traps. They navigate the corridor without any major mishaps.
After they are safely through the corridor, Marshall turns back to safely trigger the venomous spider trap and collects several of the venomous spiders into a pouch. He then says, I'll be able to use these to create some poison arrows. Roll a d20.
Marshall, having successfully led the group through the treacherous corridor, turns back to intentionally trigger the venomous spider trap. He collects several of the venomous spiders that emerge from the ceiling in a pouch. He then turns to the group and says, I'll be able to use these to create some poison arrows. Marshall rolls a d20 for the result of this spider collecting endeavor and gets a 17. With this result, Marshall manages to collect a good number of venomous spiders, enough to create several poison arrows.
The group continues down into the next corridor in search of a hidden treasure room.
With the corridor safely navigated and a pouch of venomous spiders collected, the party moves on and continues through the next corridor. They are on the hunt for a hidden treasure room, eager to uncover any riches or treasures that may lie hidden within the depths of the ancient temple.
As they walk through the corridor, they start to see lights flickering, and they start to hear noises, and they start to hear music faintly play down the corridor. Roll a d20. What happens next?
The group, proceeding down the corridor, suddenly notices faint flickering light and distant noises up ahead. As they approach the source of the sound, they begin to hear the faint strains of music. With anticipation, they press on, continuing down the corridor. The players roll a d20 to determine the outcome of this encounter and get a 13. As the group reaches the end of the corridor, they find themselves standing in front of a slightly ajar ornate wooden door, from which the lights and sounds emanate.
And behind that wooden door ends up being a cursed creature who is abided by his magical flute. They now stand in front of the door with the giant iron doors shutting behind them. What happens next?
As the group stands in front of the ornate wooden door, they brace themselves for what lies on the other side. Taking a deep breath, they swing the door open and step through into a vast, opulent room lined with iron cages on either side. In the center of the room, a massive iron door leads to the next chamber, but their progress is halted by a powerful creature sitting on a throne, its magical influence emanating throughout the chamber.
I pause it.
So are you getting this magical flute?
Yes, I will score this magical flute.
Okay, I'm gonna start writing the thing with you guys.
Are you kidding me? You're like, dude, are you actually gonna get this flute? Because I'm hyped if I get to draw a flute.
Magic item. That's gonna be like your version of a staff. It'll enhance your magical whatever.
I can do magic
find
out
out.
of it. I can like
Yeah,
do
we'll
magic
find-
out of it.
Well, we'll have to ask and find out what it does.
Yeah, we'll have to actually ask and see what it does.
All right,
I gotta hang up and see.
Wayne,
what-
I'd like to ask a question.
This is the last thing
As the
you
group
said.
stands in front of the ornate wooden door,
Is it
they
playing
brace
after this?
themselves for what lies on
No.
the other side. Taking a
just
deep
have it
breath,
play?
they swing the
Yeah, I'll
door
click it
open
right
and
away.
step through into a vast, opulent room lined with iron cages on either side. In the center of the room, a massive iron door leads to the next chamber, but their progress is halted by a powerful creature sitting on a throne. Its magical influence
Can you please describe this demon creature that is playing a flute?
The demon creature, sitting upon a throne in the center of the chamber, exudes a powerful and dominating presence. Its form is tall and hulking, with muscular arms and legs ending in sharp, clawed feet. Its skin is dark and scaly, and two horns protrude from the top of its head. Its eyes, burning with infernal fire, glare at the intruders with menacing intensity.
Continue.
The creature, still seated upon its throne, regards the group with a fearsome stare. Its breath is ragged and hot as it speaks in a deep, rumbling voice. "You dare trespass upon my domain," the creature growls, its eyes flickering with hellish flames. "What business brings you to disturb my sanctum?"
The demon proceeds to talk, and he proceeds to play his flute every time he talks. But he plays a different tune, and every time he plays a different tune, it does a different magical effect that particles off of the flute. Continue to describe everything. What happens next?
The demon, still on its throne, resumes playing its magical flute, each note producing a different tune that carries a distinct magical effect. The air in the chamber crackles with magic as each note vibrates and pulses with energy. With each note, different spells and effects are unleashed upon the group, ranging from blasts of fire and ice to disorienting sonic waves and paralyzing shocks. The demon's flute playing is a constant barrage of magical onslaught, forcing the group to think quickly and adapt to each new spell.
Jake then proceeds to try to get away and hide in the corner, and then lights up a fat ass blunt that of the dankest weed he can find in his bag, and then proceeds to teleport smoke clouds into the face of this being. He rolls a d20. What happens next?
Jake, recognizing the danger posed by the demon's magical attacks, decides to make a strategic move. Thinking quickly, he reaches into his bag and pulls out a highly potent, dank blunt. Lighting it up, he inhales deeply and exhales a thick plume of smoke. As the smoke billows out, Jake concentrates and performs a teleportation spell, directing the smoke clouds straight towards the face of the demon on the throne. Jake rolls a d20 to determine the outcome of this move and gets a natural 20.
Continue.
Is
With a perfect 20 rolled, Jake's plan is executed flawlessly. The dank smoke clouds, infused with magical properties due to his teleportation spell, envelop the demon's face, obscuring its vision and causing it to cough and sputter. The demon, taken by surprise, is momentarily disoriented by the thick smoke, giving the group a brief reprieve from its magical onslaught.
The group.
What is the effect of the demon now being stoned?
The demon, now stoned due to the magic-infused smoke, experiences a noticeable change in its demeanor. Its attack pattern alters, and its movements become slightly sluggish and uncoordinated. Its eyes, red and hazy, seem to struggle to focus on the group. With its mental faculties slightly impaired, the demon's magical flute playing becomes somewhat erratic and less precise, affecting the potency and accuracy of its spell-based attacks.
Marshall, with a charisma score of 18, tries to strike a deal with this demon to hand over its flute and let us go on our way peacefully. Roll a d20.
Marshall, with his high charisma score of 18, steps forward and attempts to negotiate with the demon. He puts forward the proposal of handing over its magical flute in exchange for the group's safe passage out of the chamber. Marshall rolls a d20 to determine the outcome of his negotiations and scores an impressive 19.
Continue.
With a roll of 19, Marshall's charisma and persuasion skills shine through in this crucial moment. He manages to convince the demon that handing over its magical flute is a more favorable outcome than engaging in a battle with the determined group. The demon, still slightly impaired from the magical smoke and potentially influenced by Marshall's charismatic approach, ponders the offer for a moment. Finally, it speaks, its voice still gruff but slightly less malicious. "Very well," the demon growls. "You may pass, but on one condition."
What is your condition? Marshall asks.
The demon, still sitting upon its throne, fixes its gaze upon Marshall as it states its condition. "My condition is simple," the demon begins, its voice still gruff, but a hint of negotiation in its tone. "In exchange for the safe passage of your group, I require a valuable gift as a token of your goodwill." Marshall, with his excellent persuasion skills, could sense that the demon is open to negotiation, but the demand for a valuable gift adds an unexpected challenge to the situation.
Swiss proceeds
Marshall
to give
asks-
him the bandana of JT and asks, "Do you know where this bandana came from? Do you know JT?"
Swiss, seizing this opportunity, steps forward and presents the demon with JT's bandana. With a hint of persuasion in her tone, she inquires if the demon recognizes the bandana or knows its significance. "Do you recognize this bandana? Do you know the owner, JT?" Swiss asks, holding up the bandana for the demon to see.
Continue.
The demon, its expression unchanged, regards the bandana silently for a moment. It seems contemplative, as if pondering the significance of the item. After a brief pause, the demon speaks, its voice softer than before. "This bandana," it growls, a hint of recognition in its voice. "I know it. I know the owner, JT. A worthy warrior he was. Strong and brave."
To just let us go through.
Is this bandana a valuable enough gift for you? Marshall asks.
The demon, mulling over Marshall's question, seems to be contemplating if the bandana indeed constitutes a valuable enough gift. After a brief moment of thought, it replies, its voice still gruff but more cooperative than before. "Very well," the demon says. "The bandana, though not valuable as my flute, holds sentimental value due to its connection to JT. In exchange for this token of a worthy warrior, I shall allow you passage through the chamber."
Swiss exchanges the bandana for the magical flute, and the group then continues through the two iron doors at the other end of the chamber.
You no longer have your lucky bandana. It just got torn up.
With the bandana exchanged for the magical flute, the group moves past the demon and towards the iron doors at the far end of the chamber. The demon, satisfied with the deal, watches as the group passes, but the absence of JT's bandana weighs heavily in their mind. Reaching the doors, the group pushes them open, continuing onward in their quest. But the loss of the bandana leaves a sense of sadness and a void in their hearts.
Marshall asks Swiss to examine that flute more closely and explore its magical properties.
Jake pulls out his research book to
With
help.
the demon's magical flute now in their possession, Marshall suggests to Swiss that they examine it more closely to explore its magical properties. Swiss, eager to do so, takes the flute and begins to closely study it, turning it over in her hands and studying its intricacies. "Let me take a closer look at this," Swiss says, her eyes keenly studying the flute's details. "There might be some interesting magical properties hidden within it."
Jake then pulls out his research book and begins to tell Swiss what magical properties the magical flute contains. What are the 2 properties it contains?
Jake, pulling out his research book, dives into the magical properties of the flute and shares with Swiss his findings. "From my research," Jake explains, "this magical flute possesses 2 distinct magical properties. First, it has the ability to control the minds and actions of those who hear it, allowing the wielder to manipulate and command their victims as they please. Second," Jake continues, "the flute also has the power to summon and control minions, such as goblins, kobolds, and other creatures."
That sounds badass, Marshall says.
Hearing the revelations about the magical flute's powers, Marshall lets out a chuckle and remarks, "That does sound pretty badass, doesn't it? Mind control and summoning minions? We could have our own little army at our disposal."
Marshall asks Swiss if he is satisfied with the discovery of this flute.
Mark,
Definitely
examining the magical
satisfied
flute, expresses satisfaction with its properties. "I must say this magic flute is quite powerful," Mark remarks. "Mind control and minion summoning are truly potent abilities. It could definitely be a valuable asset in our continued journey through the tunnels."
Jake then notices
With the
in the
group in
corner.
agreement about the flute's powers, they continue their journey through the underground tunnels, armed with the magical flute in their possession. The sounds of their footsteps echo off the walls, mixing with the constant dripping of water and the distant scurrying of unseen creatures. As they move further into the depths, the air grows colder and the tunnels darken, casting shadows on the stone floor and walls.
The group reaches the central ancient magic library contained within the temple. Explain the situation.
As the group continues deeper into the underground tunnels, they finally arrive at a massive circular chamber that appears to have once been a grand library. The room is filled to the brim with ancient tomes, scrolls, and manuscripts, each one seemingly filled with mystical knowledge and secrets. In the center of the room, an intricate symbol is engraved upon the floor, encircling a strange, glowing orb. Magical energy seems to radiate from the orb, pulsing softly in tandem with the flickering of nearby torches.
Marshall points out the orb to Jake, suggesting that that could be a powerful addition to his staff.
Marshall directs Jake's attention to the glowing orb in the center of the room, his eyes glimmering with an adventurous spirit. "Hey Jake," Marshall says, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Take a look at that orb. Looks like its energy could be pretty potent. Maybe you could infuse it into your staff, you know, to boost its powers."
Continue.
Jake regards the glowing orb intently, his eyes studying its energy and considering its potential. The possibility of further empowering his staff with this ancient magic fills him with a sense of curiosity and anticipation. "That's an interesting idea, Marshall," Jake replies, his voice laced with intrigue. "Absorbing the orb's energy into my staff could definitely enhance its magical abilities. It's worth considering, especially given the challenging trials that lie ahead.
Jake then pulls out his research book and researches this orb more deeply. What is this orb and what magical properties does it obtain?
Jake, eager to learn more about the orb before even thinking of absorbing its power, retrieves his research book and flips through the pages until he finds information about such a magical artifact. I remember reading about this kind of orb in my research. Jake murmurs to himself as he scans the pages. There should be something here. Ah, here we go. After a moment, Jake continues. This orb is a vessel of ancient knowledge and power, said to contain the essence of the ancient library's magics. Within it lies the ability to enhance magical abilities and unlock hidden spells.
What kind of spell can it unlock?
Jake's eyes continue to scan the research material, absorbing the knowledge hidden within, as he responds to Swiss's question. Let's see, Jake says, his voice filled with curiosity. From what I'm reading, the orb has the capacity to unlock several types of spells. They include, but are not limited to, spells that can enhance protective barriers, amplify physical attacks, improve healing magic, and even manipulate the flow of time.
Jake chooses to use the orb to enchant his staff with the power to manipulate time.
Jake, after contemplating the various options, decides to bestow his staff with the power of time magic. He focuses his thoughts on the orb and the desired enhancement for his staff. With a determined look, Jake grips his staff firmly and raises it towards the orb, channeling its ancient energy into the enchanted weapon. The staff begins to glow brightly, absorbing the orb's power and imbuing the staff with the ability to manipulate time.
How much time manipulation is Jake able to do with this new ability?
Jake, now in possession of a staff infused with the ancient orb's time manipulation capabilities, gains quite a significant degree of control over the temporal forces. With this new ability, Jake can now temporarily freeze time for a brief period, slow down or speed up the flow of time within a localized area, and even create small time portals to travel through time.
There you go. That sounds like the most badass OP thing I have ever heard.
Marshall lets out a hearty chuckle upon hearing Swiss's comment. I gotta agree with you there, Swiss. Having the ability to control time is pretty damn OP. Jake, you're a walking cheat code now, mate.
Marshall and Swiss both grab a spell scroll off of a shelf, provide a new spell related to a ranger, and a new spell related to a pixie. What are they?
Marshall and Swiss, browsing the shelves of the ancient library, stumble upon two ancient scrolls. As they unroll them, the magical energy from the scroll's writing seems to come alive, revealing forgotten spells. Marshall, the ranger, finds a scroll that grants him a new spell. It is a spell called Nature's Shield, which allows him to create an aura of natural energy around himself, providing him with a temporary physical and magical barrier. Swiss, the pixie, discovers a scroll containing a spell called Glimmering Swarm. This spell allows her to create an army of tiny glowing illusions that confuse and...
Continue.
Swiss continues to study the scroll, reading further about the Glimmering Swarm spell. Ah, interesting, Swiss murmurs, her eyes flickering with curiosity. With this spell, I can create a swarm of tiny glowing illusions. These illusions can deceive enemies, making them lose focus and attack ghostly images rather than the real me.
You want a spell book too? God, Jake's a greedy motherfucker.
I don't do anything. I don't get a new spell.
Oh, you got the ability to manipulate time.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker also wants something
My
else.
spell books are just so I can learn new spells as we go.
Jake discovers
Marshall chuckles at Swiss's comment, shaking his head in amusement. Ah, Swiss, you're hilarious. Of course I want more spells. Who doesn't? But I get your point. With Jake's new time powers and our scroll finds, we're pretty well equipped already. I can wait a bit longer for a new spell, no worries. Plus, we need to share the wealth, right?
Jake finds a new ancient spell tome and collects it and puts it in his bag.
What is it called?
Jake, continuing to browse the shelves, comes across an ancient spell tome. The cover is worn and the pages are brittle, but the magical energy emanating from the tome is undeniable. The tome bears the title Arcane Echoes.
Continue.
Jake scans through the weathered pages, a sense of anticipation and curiosity in his eyes. Arcane Echoes, he murmurs softly. This seems to be an ancient spell book. Let's see what secrets it holds within its pages.
Never mind. Jake says, never mind, we gotta get going. I'll look at it later.
Jake suddenly halts his examination and reluctantly puts the spell tome back in his bag. On second thought, he says, a hint of disappointment in his voice, "We don't have time to delve into this right now. We should keep moving. I'll have to study this tome later, when we have a quiet moment."
Pause the narration, please.
Sure thing, the narration is paused. How can I assist you?
Alright, what's up?
So we're here now. We've got some things. Did we want to still go to this volcano?
Yeah, Jake, you have everybody's information and shit, right?
Yeah, he's writing it all down.
Yeah, we should still go.
So I can mind control. I have extreme luck.
Oh, yeah, you have your magical flute can summon minions and can control the minds of things temporarily, I'm assuming. And, so you can, control the mind of something we're fighting temporarily and make it fight something else. So you can essentially turn the enemy against themselves, and then in your new spells, because you got a new spell as well. Where is it? You got Glimmering Storm, so you can distract enemies. It's like Marshall's distraction spell. Only yours distracts more. I think Marshall's single. Yours distracts everybody. Everybody looks up at the lights and flickering craziness going on in the sky. So yours is a mass distraction spell. Marshall's is a solo distraction spell. And then I didn't get a spell. Well, I did technically, but I got an attack or an ability on my staff. So I can manipulate time now.
You can make time portals, freeze time, slow time, speed up time. I mean, it's insane.
I essentially can use ice on things that are even. I can freeze things that are even weak to, or immune to ice. So now we can just stop.
You can freeze time.
Yeah. It's OP as fuck. I won't use it very.
That's gotta be exceptionally draining.
After I use any time magic, it is extremely draining, and I have to wait an entire 2 turns for time magic. I think that's fair. I would say the same thing about teleport, but it's my first spell, so I'm the best at it, so it doesn't drain as much as it should. But I'm a master in teleport magic. That's why I can do all the things I can do.
But yeah, you can summon goblins now.
Yeah.
With your magical flute, you can just summon goblins.
If you bonus magic or something, if I give you some of my magic energy, you should probably be able to summon giant ogres and shit. So you can summon a super mutant to fucking fuck shit up. A super mutant behemoth. Just come in there, fucking smack things with a giant fire fucking extinguisher pole. But yeah, that's pretty fucking tits. And then when we go through this lava place, I'm gonna get a magma sword of sorts. Oh yeah, you got nature shield, so it's basically my.
Oh yeah, I can just make myself immune to an attack.
Yeah. it's like a fucking grass flows down or something. Like some fucking from the nature wherever you're at comes up and just blocks your shit like an earthbender. That's what I'm imagining. Or if it's like you're in a forest, the branches will come down and like block. Yeah, that shit's dope. So yeah, all of our new abilities are kind of the shit. Yeah, I can just use it to. It'll basically just select something in the environment to block the next attack that comes my way. Yep. That's pretty fun. I'm making your flute look like an ocarina. Ooh, ocarina.
Yeah.
Remember this demon. I think we're gonna encounter it again. Gonna try to get its flute back. Magical flute.
Oh, this is gold. I love this shit so much.
What?
The new cover art I made for us.
Huh?
It's golden. You'd love it.
Are we gonna go proceed? I'll teleport us out of this place, and then we can proceed to the volcano. That sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. Oh, I also have poison arrows now. Yep, I added that. Almost forgot about those. I did not. So now I have that down right away. You have poison arrows, a shadow arrow, which does 2 times damage for stealth attacks. Which, I mean, you already do, so, like, it's whatever. That's just your, like, regular attack for when you stealth attack. And then holy arrows, which does more damage against dark and undead enemies. And then ice arrows. Has a chance to freeze people. And then, yeah. Your nature shield, you have the summon elemental wolf distraction. Yeah. We're fucking stacked, bro. But I'm liking that it kind of sensed that we were higher level. I mean, I did say that I want this adventure to be fucking challenging as shit, so. Are you still paused?
Yeah.
Oh. Are we gonna continue?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Oh, I used my water skill. That's gone. Out of scrolls. No more scrolls. Use all the fire and water, because I used the other water scroll to wipe Dakota's ass. Gonna have to fucking buy some fucking scroll. Water and fire scrolls are useful. They come in handy, actually. That one, yeah, I used 2 of my fire scrolls to just fucking annihilate those fuckers with that mega fireball. Oh, yeah. Now I can just cast them. Yeah, inventory sheet. Damn, I went hard. This shit's actually really fucking cool, though. Jake wants to play real D&D.
This is real D&D.
No, real D&D.
I don't know if I can get more real than this.
It can. You can get very real. It's like stats and all sorts of shit. Like an actual campaign that has a clear vision from beginning to end, instead of dealing with, you know, an AI that is prone to forgetting everything within 5 minutes. I think a good balance of both would be actually really fun. I like doing this, but if we had a narrative laid out, yeah, you know what I mean, and stuff to the narrative and fed it more information so it understands a little more of what's going on instead of making it do all the heavy work, I think would be a lot more fun if we thought about a campaign. That's why, like, today, I feel like it worked out pretty smooth because me and Marshall were sitting here thinking about shit before it even happened. Like, we were planning out the mission before it even started. Not gonna lie though, this is fun. I like this way because it works because you can do it when you're driving and shit. But if we wanted to get into an actual campaign, that would be cool. I don't want to stop doing this.
You could do that over the phone too.
That'd be a little harder with actual time, like stats and stuff.
But especially if I was I wouldn't be able to roll my own die, or
No.
I would need someone to do all that shit and just say what I'm.
So like this is fun for when you're on the road and shit, but maybe we should try to eventually, like when I'm done with Kenzie being in school out here, right? And
you guys go
back to Wausau. We have a working vehicle that can do shit. Maybe all of us meet up.
Yeah.
I'll actually probably have a place to play it. I'll get a fucking table.
Kenzie would play, wouldn't she?
Yeah. Kenzie would definitely play D&D with us.
The more the merrier. I mean, typically
Maybe pay for good AI.
Typically, the dungeon master doesn't actually play. Well, it's only like 3 or 4 people.
That's why it's kind of hard for me to play and do that, but it's fun though.
Well, with having, the AI is basically the dungeon master, so
Yeah.
But Kenzie actually knows a dungeon master. So that could be a potential reality.
cool, because otherwise, I guess I would be learning on the go.
I mean, I think you'd be a good...
I think I could be a DM.
I mean, get into it in case he falls through. I would fucking dig it. You could have a whole fucking thing and be like, no, it's not allowed. No, it's not allowed. No, you gotta have some leeway with that shit, though. You gotta let us get away with some shit, otherwise it's boring. You know what I mean? You gotta have some ridiculous shit.
Yeah.
But Kenzie's gonna want to fuck a lot of things.
She's just gonna want to... yeah, if that's... You can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You just gotta fucking roll with it. Basically. You can react to any... The DM's basically just throwing the situation at you, and you just react to the situation.
Yeah.
But
I like that.
Kenzie's gonna want to fuck, like, everything.
But yeah. I like this, though. I don't want this to go to waste, so please let us use these characters for a while.
Oh, well, doing this? Yeah, absolutely.
You gonna continue it?
Yeah, are we continuing here? You gonna bum me another one of these? Possibly?
I'll have to open one here. Well, I guess you know how to open.
I know how to open.
1 second.
Pretty late right now.
Oh, yeah. Are you gonna just chill here super late and play this with us?
Probably leave soon.
No one responded to me. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, that's fine.
But it was fun sitting and fucking playing this.
How often do we, hang out?
Exactly. Did you see what I did on my Minecraft stuff?
No, I haven't been on.
Oh, I gotta show you this. You'll appreciate it. Yeah, you haven't been on in a while. I did some shit. Well, we're waiting for Dakota to be ready.
Yeah, so is he almost ready? Are we starting this?
Like 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Let me know if you need any of the info on your character. Pretty soon here, I'll just take a picture. Like after this mission, I'll take a picture of all of our sheets, so you have all the info currently up to date. I don't know, Marshall, are you gonna take yours, or do you want me to just keep it and then take pictures and send it to you?
I don't know.
Do you have Post-it notes to just like?
No, I'm sure they don't.
Would you continue updating it?
Yeah, I would update. Well, it would be, also, like, if I'm driving.
Yeah, I'll just keep it.
Just keep it. Because if I'm
then I'll send you pictures with the updates, because I'll keep up with it probably better than anybody else. So I'll just, after every campaign, I'll send you all the info so y'all know what's going on. And I'll try to keep up with it. But if you guys are doing it while I'm not there, you got to keep a list of all the stuff that you acquire, and then give me time and the info.
You know how much of this random shit I just had memorized?
Yeah, I know. It was helpful as fuck, because then we didn't have to ask the AI a bunch of shit, so now... And I got to get my sword back from that thing's eye.
Oh, yeah,
my magma. Yeah. Well, I gotta get my other sword. I want a magma-infused sword, so I can do magma damage.
Well, we're gonna have to find the heart of the volcano so you can infuse the sword.
Yep. I also gotta find a sword in this fucking journey at some point. Because I want the holy sword. I want to be able to do damage to that shit. I don't want it changed completely, you know?
Well, you can infuse a weapon temporarily to anything you want it to be.
I know, but I want, like, a specific, like... Magma is stronger than, like... I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be able to do magma. It's a combination of, like, earth and fire. I think I should be limited to one.
Sorry, I over...
No, you're good. No, you're good. I was going to say something then, but then we were deep, so I didn't want to interrupt. You know what I mean? But I think that I should only be able to do, like, one of those attributes. No combo attribute. That's why I want a magnum sword. It would also be sick to have a big sword
that would fucking melt and fucking destroy rocks like...
Marshall,
You know, lava would do it.
pull up the new one on the stream.
How about I forge? How about I forge?
Hold on, look.
At the heart of the volcano, I find I find a chunk of obsidian that looks like it'll do to smelt an obsidian sword, right? And then when we get to the heart of the volcano, we find out it's already an ancient forge.
None of us know any smithing.
Huh?
None of us know how to smith.
Well, why can't we meet somebody who does in this cave? A, like, dwarf that's been there forever.
Just some ancient dwarf.
Yeah, that just kind of sits in there, and he's like, "Where are you, then? All right."
All right, then.
And I bring him this, or we go meet him in the heart or whatever, and he tells us he can craft me this blade, but I'll have to bring him a chunk of obsidian, and then we go get a chunk of and I tell him I already have this chunk of obsidian.
Oh yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that shit's tits. Oh wait, what? You added more? I like this a lot. This is cool.
I just sprouted wings on my back, or is that you?
No, that's me.
Did you make yourself a girl now?
No, I'm like a dude. Like a younger little pixie looking dude.
Uh-huh. You look like you could be either.
Well, he has been either. He's been both. It randomly switches every so often. You've been a girl for quite a while now, though.
Which is being really weird, but... So the one in the middle shows Jake, but your dog's next to Jake, right? And then it's you in the middle, and then I'm on the right, which I am.
Why does the one on the right look like what I should look like?
Yeah, my hat's not big enough. You should just do 3 extremely detailed ones of each of us. Let's see.
That's what they're
And I
supposed to be.
I imagine myself having a green kind of cloak, if you will. And my hat's like brown, like leather, straight leather.
I'm trying my best here. This is what the AI is letting me do.
No, I know it's AI randomly generated BS.
But yeah, I think I should stumble upon some obsidian somehow. Or even if we just go there and then I have to find some obsidian. Then he gives me like a pickaxe. So now because then I'll have a pickaxe too. I like that. Let's run that. We go to the heart of the volcano.
Alright.
You want to have something where we fall through the floor in this place and then end up on this mantle surrounded by lava and then have to navigate our way to this cave that we see past this fucking pool of lava? Or do you want to me to teleport us out and climb the mountain?
Yeah, I figured we'd just kind of find an entrance, like a cave entrance leading
So do you want
into
the floor to collapse all of a sudden? Let's fall into this
giant cavern surrounded by a pool of lava. That sounds pretty fun.
Maybe. Not right here.
Not where we are now.
No, because we're like
We're
far
inside a fucking ancient
temple. Yeah, it's still a far ways away from the.
Well, magma is
Volcano.
underground. We went pretty far underground already. Because remember the stairs downward? Those would have led closer to.
What do you think?
You know.
He's not paying attention. Like, I'm thinking like that a chaos area, dude. You know what I'm saying? And then we can run into a tourist demon. Fuck it. And then Dakota can get a fucking greatsword. He's a foot tall. Exactly. So to be like 2 feet tall.
Dude, I'm trying to figure out where I can score some fucking AI videos that don't make me pay anything.
That's gonna be pretty difficult because
You're gonna have to pay something.
AI is not like
Free.
yeah, it's a very like it consumes a lot of like power. Yeah, it consumes a lot of like computing power and stuff, especially for like good AI. That shit's not cheap.
I know, you can get like free trials, but that means I gotta keep making emails every time. But it's so worth it to go along with the story. I really don't care. I need the videos with it. I might end up trying to invest for that other one. It was like LTX. It created the whole movie for it.
Really? How much is it? Maybe we can all pitch in.
It's like, I think
As long as if your videos get fucking monetary value, then we get fucking the cut. I don't think they will, but well, that's hard to say. Maybe somebody like is like, dude, these guys are fucking hilarious. Tells their friend, you know what I mean? Like
I've never
And then
seen
you
I've
never
never
know.
seen anything like this before. Like,
that's
what
the
we're
interesting thing about it is that the AI has some certain control over our fucking
if we're doing
choices.
this,
What do you label your stream? Because you should label it AI DND.
that's what I do. Watch this real quick. Do you see me right now?
I'm gonna show Marshall my portal garden real quick.
Open your phone and let Marshall see this.
I'm looking at.
You see this? Let me pause it. So this is like what we did, the awkward family dinner, and then all that. And
We're not looking at the screen right now. Gotcha.
so this is the thing, the LTX Studio, where like if you start a new project, you gotta upgrade the plan. You son of a bitch. So I already used my free trials, but what it does, like if I were to click on upgrade, shit's expensive. 0, 15, 35, 175.
Yeah, I'm not. That's too much. I'm not interested.
But I'm trying to do this. So you type it in, like you'll type in like the scenario and everything like that. It creates 50 of these. It created, literally, look at that. It created a moving picture for each individual one. And not only did that, it created the narrator's part and the character dialogue and a sound effect for 50 of them. It did that 4 times.
Pretty cool. But Marshall, check this out really quick. Really quick. Have you done? You've done more. I've seen this. Have you
Yeah.
done more?
No, because I had to create
You see
another.
it?
I had
That's
to
fine,
create
yeah.
another account and then do it. But otherwise, I want to do it and add one of ours, like the one we're currently doing with our story to it.
Let's lead down to my pyramid.
I think I'm gonna log out and do another account.
It's over here, which will lead to the ender portal. Nice.
I'm gonna do another account, Marshall.
What do you mean another account?
And then we have to. I want to do that, but I want to
Can we
just.
fucking do this?
Yeah, we can finish that, but I want to. When we're done, I want.
You just research all your shit when Marshall has to go. I mean, he'll still be on, but like, we're chilling, trying to play this. Waiting on you and your bullshit research.
Bullshit research.
Look out this window.
Yeah, nice.
That's so cool. The Ender portal looks so fucking sick. Or I mean, the Nether portal looks so fucking sick.
You need to get some chandeliers in here.
Yeah, I'm working on. I'm still trying to figure out how I want them to look. I don't really know how I'm gonna make them look. I want them to look really cool. I'm still
start it back up.
looking at different ways to do so.
Continue the story.
Should have it.
Understood.
Next time,
Conscious mode engaged. What do you
right
need?
away. Have it give us a recap.
Can you give us the recap of the current situation?
Sure, I can provide you with a brief recap of the current events so far. Here's a summary of the situation. The group is currently exploring an underground tunnel system in a search for a powerful relic known as the Moonlight Ocarina. Along their journey, they have encountered various obstacles, including deadly traps and deadly creatures.
Okay, just forget about all that. Don't worry about it. I've never heard of this Moonlight Ocarina. That's not what we're looking for.
Understood. I apologize for the mix-up. Thank you for clarifying the objective. So what is the group currently looking for?
We are in an ancient library in a ruined temple on a deserted island with a volcano in the center of it. We have just finished looting this library, and we are going to go outside and head towards this volcano.
Jake then teleports the group outside to the entrance where they initially were before they entered the ruins.
Jake, channeling his magic, extends his power and transports the group outside, just beyond the entrance to the ruined temple where they began their quest. The group finds themselves once more standing before the entrance, the towering volcano visible in the distance, its summit hidden behind a veil of ominous clouds.
Jake, feeling exhausted after using a lot of magic recently, asks Marshall if he can ride on his wolf temporarily to catch his breath.
Jake, weary from his multiple uses of magic, turns to Marshall and asks, "Marshall, do you mind if I catch a quick ride on your wolf? I'm feeling a bit exhausted from all the magic I've been casting lately. I just need a moment to recharge my energy."
Marshall, summoning his elemental wolf familiar, says, you can give it a shot. I'm not sure if it will allow you to.
Then have me roll. If not, I'm going to make it first strength.
Marshall summons his elemental wolf familiar, which materializes into existence. The wolf glances at Jake with a hint of curiosity, its eyes seeming to size him up. Marshall, uncertain if the wolf will allow Jake to ride, utters a slight warning. "I'm not sure if the wolf will let you ride it," Marshall states, "but you're welcome to give it a try."
Jake then kneels before the wolf, reaching out his open hand to let the wolf sniff him. The wolf sniffs him. Does he like Jake or not? He rolls a d20.
Jake kneels before Marshall's elemental wolf familiar, hoping to gain his trust. He offers his hand for the wolf to sniff, hoping it will allow him to ride. After a moment of sniffing, the wolf regards Jake with a neutral expression. It doesn't immediately growl or show signs of aggression, but its body language is still guarded. Jake decides to roll a d20 to determine if the wolf accepts him or not.
What happens next?
I'm going to kill you, fucking piece of shit.
Let's fly off the handle real quick.
As the dice lands on the table, Jake and the group wait to see the result. The number on the die determines whether the wolf accepts Jake as a potential rider or not. Suddenly, without warning, Marshall erupts in a fit of anger. "What the hell, Dakota? That dice roll was bullshit," Marshall mutters, his voice filled with frustration. "I can't believe we're dealing with this kind of luck here."
Can you forget the last two instances, please? And repeat where we are in the story.
Sure, of course. Jake has just kneeled before Marshall's elemental wolf familiar, offering his hand for the wolf to sniff, hoping to gain its trust and potentially be allowed to ride it. The wolf is currently sniffing Jake, determining whether it will accept him as a potential rider.
Marshall does his best to encourage the wolf that it is okay.
Marshall, seeing that Jake is attempting to earn the wolf's trust, decides to assist. He steps forward and addresses the wolf, his voice calm and reassuring. "It's all right, buddy," Marshall says, his tone gentle. "Jake is a friend. He won't hurt you. You can trust him."
Jake then proceeds to roll a d20 to gain the trust of the wolf. What is the result?
Jake, taking into account Marshall's encouragement, rolls the d20 to gain the trust of the wolf. Everyone anxiously awaits the result of the die roll, hoping that Jake will be successful in gaining the wolf's trust. The outcome will determine if Jake will be able to mount the wolf and continue their journey toward the volcano.
Continue.
The die rolls along the table, coming to a stop against the edge with a clatter. The number that appears is the crucial detail that will determine Jake's fate. Once more, all eyes turn to the die, awaiting the verdict. The suspense fills the air as everyone holds their breath, wondering if the throw will be favorable or not.
What is the result of the throw?
As the die finally comes to rest, the group leans in to catch a glimpse of the result. The result is a 14.
Continue.
With the die roll now complete, the group now knows the outcome of Jake's attempt to gain the wolf's trust. Jake, having rolled a 14, successfully wins over the wolf's trust. The elemental wolf, now no longer skeptical, allows Jake to approach and mount it, accepting him as a trustworthy rider.
Jake pulls out his large pipe, packs a sizable bowl of ganja in it, lights it up, and blows magical smoke rings and shapes to re-energize himself and gain back some of his magical prowess.
Oh, yeah,
The group continues towards the volcano.
Describe the situation. Swiss jumps up, realizing that Jake is blowing these smoke rings, and he proceeds to jump through a couple of them as he is doing hurdles and gymnastics. And he proceeds to smoke one of them as he jumps through. Describe the situation.
As Jake takes a hit from his ganja bowl, he exhales a stream of smoke that magically transforms into various shapes and patterns. Swiss, noticing the smoke rings, decides to have some fun. With a nimble leap, Swiss jumps into the air, executing graceful hurdles and acrobatic gymnastics through the smoke rings. Mid-flight, Swiss even takes a hit from one of the smoke rings, adding an extra touch of style to his display.
Continue.
Marshall, watching Swiss's acrobatic display through the smoke rings, can't help but chuckle. "Impressive moves, Swiss," he teases. "You've gotten high and acrobatic all in one go."
The group continues their journey towards the volcano.
The group, now infused with a sense of levity, continues on their path toward the volcano, now energized and reinvigorated. With Jake's temporarily restored magical power and Swiss's playful acrobatics, the atmosphere is lively as they move closer to their next objective.
Continue.
The group progresses further toward the volcano, the landscape around them gradually growing more rugged. Large boulders and rocky terrain make the path more challenging, requiring caution and dexterity to traverse.
Generate a random encounter relating to a jungle volcano biome.
As the group ventures deeper into the volcanic terrain, they suddenly encounter a pack of fire salamanders. These creatures blend in seamlessly with their surroundings, their scales resembling glowing embers. There are 4 fire salamanders in total, and they appear to be guarding a small pool of molten lava, which seems to be their territory.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, here's the description of the encounter with the fire salamanders again. As the group journeys deeper in the volcanic region, they come across a pack of 4 fire salamanders. These creatures blend in effortlessly with their surroundings, their scales resembling glowing embers. The fire salamanders seem to be protecting a small pool of molten lava, which appears to be their territory.
Jake pulls out his research book to search for weaknesses of these fire salamanders. What are they weak against?
Jake takes out his research book and scans through the pages, searching for information on the weaknesses of fire salamanders. After a brief moment, he finds the relevant entry and reads out loud. Fire salamanders are weak against cold and water-based attacks, Jake explains. Their scales are designed to withstand high temperatures, so they are resistant to fire and heat magic.
Pause the story for a moment, please.
Sure thing, the narration is currently paused. How can I assist you?
I pause it.
Okay. Well, actually, anytime I want you to pause it, I'll just say Jake freezes time temporarily. Okay, so 4 salamanders, weak to ice and water, you know, the standard shit.
So, I mean, yeah, you guys, I'll infuse my Moonlight Greatsword. Actually, it already technically does frost damage.
Since when?
I mean, I guess if you're not going off of what it actually does.
It does moonlight damage.
Yeah, but in Elden Ring, it does frost.
It does frost?
Yeah.
Wow, ain't that fancy.
Yeah, but it's whatever. I don't need. I'll infuse. This turn, I'll infuse Dakota's slingshot with frost. Or does he have any frost? Anything?
No, I'll do water. I have frost, so.
He doesn't have water.
No, but you can
Give
infuse it.
water.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can infuse it with water.
Good call. All right, I'm gonna infuse your slingshot with water, Dakota.
Oh, hell yeah.
So it'll be water for a while after this, because it wore off the last enchantment, so now it'll be
But
water.
we never really discussed how long that like how many. Is it just
Probably it'll just be a battle
for a
phase.
battle?
Yeah. Okay. So because it said like some ridiculous amount of turns.
I think it said 5 that much. I think it said like 10 to 15 turns.
Yeah, and we're like, no, it was like 50.
It was 50?
Yeah.
Yeah, just per battle. It just infused
Per battle.
Per battle.
Okay. So unfreeze it. We got our game plan. Are you gonna say it or me?
You're moving, so that counts as your turn then, right? If you're casting a
My
spell.
apologies for any confusion.
If you're just
I'll
spell
pause the
and an
story
attack.
now.
Jake uses his enchant weapon spell on Swiss's slingshot, infusing it with water elemental damage.
Jake, understanding the weakness of fire salamanders against water elemental damage, decides to utilize his enhanced weapon spell to imbue Swiss's bling shot with water-based magic. Swiss, let me cast an enhanced weapon spell on your bling shot, Jake says. Fire salamanders are weak to water elemental damage, so this might give us an advantage.
And then Jake
Jake
proceeds
takes
to
hold of Swiss's bling shot
do a
and
check.
casts his enhanced weapon spell, channeling the magic of water elemental damage into the weapon. Swisscan feels a cool, watery sensation as the spell takes effect, imbuing the bling shot with the power of water.
Yeah, bling shot, yeah.
And then Jake proceeds
With the
to
bling
attack.
shot now enhanced with water elemental damage, the group assesses the situation.
You just took too
The
long.
fire salamanders, sensing the change in the weapon, snarl in surprise, now aware that their weakness is being exploited.
Jake then proceeds to attack the fire salamanders with his Moonlight Greatsword, doing a charge attack which does 2 times damage. He rolls a d20. What are the results?
Jake, armed with his enhanced Moonlight Greatsword, charges at the fire salamanders. His weapon, now infused with powerful water magic, connects with the creatures, delivering a double dose of damage due to the charge attack. Jake rolls a d20 to determine the results of his attack.
Jake's weapon is not infused with water damage. Can you repeat that? It does magic damage.
Absolutely, my apologies for the confusion. Jake's Moonlight Greatsword does not deal water damage. It deals magic damage. Jake, armed with his magic-imbued Moonlight Greatsword, charges at the fire salamanders. His weapon, now enhanced with magical power, connects with the creatures, delivering a double dose of magic damage due to the charge attack. Jake rolls a d20 to determine the results of his attack.
What are the results and how much damage does the attack do?
The results of the roll are as follows. 20. Jake's charge attack, empowered by his magic-imbued Moonlight Greatsword, deals a significant amount of damage to the fire salamanders. Since he rolled a natural 20, his attack automatically crits, dealing double damage. Additionally, the charge attack provides an inherent bonus to the damage inflicted.
How much total damage did Jake do with his attack?
Given that Jake rolled a natural 20 for his attack roll, his attack automatically counts as a critical hit. Moreover, the charge attack feature of his Moonlight Greatsword doubles the damage. Taking all these factors into account, Jake's attack dealt a substantial amount of damage. With a x4 multiplier from the natural 20 crit, double damage from the charge attack, and the innate damage of the Moonlight Greatsword itself, Jake's attack dealt a total damage of 80.
How much health does this fire salamander have?
The health of a fire salamander can vary depending on its level and any modifiers applied. For this scenario, let's assume the fire salamanders have a base health pool of 100 hit points. Keep in mind that Jake's successful attack will significantly deplete the salamander's health, dealing 80 damage.
You should attack the lead one.
Marshall pulls back
Yes, that's
2
correct.
ice there.
With Jake's attack dealing 80 damage to one fire salamander, and the salamander having a health pool of 100, that leaves one fire salamander with 20 hit points remaining. As Jake's charge attack lands on the fire salamanders, the impact of the blow leaves one of them severely injured. Seeing the opportunity, Marshall quickly reacts, pulling his bow and training his aim at the weakened salamander.
Marshall shoots 2 ice arrows at the weakened salamander. He is an expert marksman. Roll a d20 for both ice arrows.
Marshall, known for his exceptional archery skills, takes aim at the injured fire salamander. 2 ice arrows are quickly knocked and released from his bow. Rolling a d20 for each arrow, here are the results. First ice arrow, 17. Second ice arrow, 13.
What is the total damage done by the ice arrows? Give it to me in one number.
Marshall's expert marksmanship takes full effect as the ice arrows find their mark, causing significant damage to the already weakened fire salamander. The total damage inflicted by both ice arrows combined is 33.
So one of the salamanders is now dead. There are 3 remaining. It is now Swiss's attack.
As one of the fire salamanders succumbs to the combined power of Jake's and Marshall's attacks, 3 remain standing. It is now Swiss's turn to make his move.
Swiss takes out his lucky and fortune bottle, proceeds to take a swig, enhancing his luck and fortune. Then he proceeds to use his
Water advanced slingshot to
water,
attack the fire salamanders that are weak to water damage, giving him a double damage bonus.
rolls a d20.
You roll.
What is the outcome?
I just didn't want you to
Swiss,
fucking-
aware of the fire salamander's weakness to water damage, takes a swig from his lucky and fortune bottle, further enhancing his luck and fortune. He then grabs his water advanced slingshot and launches an attack against the remaining 3 fire salamanders. Swiss rolls a d20 to determine the results of his attack, factoring in both the luck and fortune boost and the double damage against fire enemies. Roll result.
Continue.
With a roll of 19, Swiss's attack connects with the fire salamanders, striking them with enhanced water magic from his water advanced slingshot. The fact that the fire salamanders are weak against water damage further increases the potency of the attack.
How much damage does each fire salamander take?
With an attack roll of 19 and the fact that water magic is doubly effective against fire salamanders, Swiss's attack deals significant damage to each of the remaining fire salamanders. Let's assume each fire salamander has a health pool of 100 HP. The double damage due to their weakness to water, combined with the strength of Swiss's attack, results in each fire salamander taking 50 damage.
Nice. Hell yeah.
The salamanders spray fire out of their mouths, scorching all 3 of the party members. How much damage does each party member take?
Fire salamanders possess the ability to spray fire from their mouths, scorching anyone in its path. In this case, all 3 party members are caught in the blast. Each fire salamander can spray a plume of fire that deals 20 points of damage. Since there are 3 fire salamanders, each party member takes a total of 60 fire damage, 320.
That kind of hurt a little bit, Marshall says, stamping out the flames as his cloak slightly caught on fire.
Jake then rebuttals, "Thank God we were all at full health and rested before we got here."
As the flames from the fire salamander's attack subside, the party assesses the damage. Ouch, that definitely hurt. Marshall winces, extinguishing the flames on his cloak. Jake nods in agreement and adds, "Thank goodness we're all at full health and rested before we got here. Otherwise, that could have been a lot worse."
Alright, I paused it. Marshall, what is one of your special weapons?
My special weapons?
Yeah.
I have what do you mean?
What is one of your special weapons?
I have a snake tooth dagger that does poison and frost, and then I have my enhanced bow that does. I have poison arrows, shadow arrows, holy arrows, and ice arrows.
Out of all that, which one would be like your most unique item?
My most unique, probably the dagger. I mean, it's a tooth ripped out of a frost snake.
So what is it again? Frost snake dagger?
Yeah, it's a snake tooth dagger. Why?
Snake tooth dagger.
Oh, you're generating.
I just
Oh,
wanted,
okay, gotcha.
Okay.
I just wanted it to sound good.
Okay, so they attacked us. Who's going first for this next?
You're up.
All right. Give me a second. I think I'm gonna use.
Frost tooth dagger. What's like the hilt made out of?
It's made out of the roots and bones of a
Well, you won't
snake's
die.
jaw.
You won't die if you get hit. So,
Made out of what?
It's made out of like the roots and like the tooth root of the snake's tooth, and it's like jawbone.
technically, didn't it do fire damage? All 3 of them hit us for a total damage of 60. So, did each of us only?
All of us took 60 damage
Oh, damn.
because all 3 fire salamanders hit us,
Oh,
and they
damn.
each did 20 damage.
They're strong. Okay. We are going to.
The 3 remaining ones are all at 50 health.
Okay. Okay, we are going to. I'm gonna do. The magic beam is a area of effect attack because it's the. You know what I mean? It can hit multiple enemies, so I'm gonna use that one. That was my thought behind that attack. The regular attack is just a. And then this is the charge attack that does double damage. Just charging it and hitting somebody with like. I use Dark Souls logic with it. Yes. But I'm gonna infuse. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Run it. Let me know when I'm ready. 3, 2, whatever.
3, 2, whatever. All right,
You know.
1 second. Okay.
Oh, you and your stupid generating shit while we're trying to.
I'm trying to switch back. Is that okay? I had to tab back in. Go.
Am I ready?
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need further assistance, feel free to ask.
Jacob, now slightly damaged from the fire salamanders, decides to enhance his own Moonlight Greatsword with water enchanting. And then proceeds to attack all 3 salamanders with area effect attack. Rolling a D20 to determine the results. He has a high intelligence stat, so he does extra damage. What's the result?
Jake, after sustaining damage from the fire salamanders, decides to enchant his Moonlight Greatsword with water magic to exploit the creature's weakness. He then executes an area attack, attempting to strike all 3 remaining fire salamanders simultaneously. Jake rolls a d20 to determine the results of his attack. Given his high intelligence stat, which contributes to increased damage output, Jake will likely deal a significant amount of damage. The roll result is as follows: 19.
Continue.
With a roll of 19, Jake's enhanced area attack connects with the fire salamanders, delivering a powerful magical water strike that exploits their weakness. The intensity of the attack, combined with Jake's intelligence stat, results in significant harm inflicted upon the creatures.
How much damage does each salamander take?
Give it to me in a number.
Considering Jake's 19 roll for his area attack, combined with the water enchantment on his Moonlight Greatsword and his high intelligence stat, each fire salamander takes a substantial amount of damage. Assuming the fire salamanders have a base health pool of 100 HP, each salamander would take 75 damage. The 1001.5 for the increased damage due to Jake's high intelligence stat and the water enchantment.
The salamanders were at half health already, so all 3 of them have been defeated from Jake's last attack.
Jake then proceeds to walk up to the dead fire salamanders and take the scales and fangs from them and puts them in his hat.
Well done. With Jake's powerful enchanted attack, the last 3 fire salamanders meet their demise, leaving behind piles of smoldering wreckage. Jake, always the pragmatic adventurer, approaches the dead creatures and carefully extracts the scales and fangs, storing them in his hat for potential future use.
The party inspects the lava pool that the salamanders were guarding. Do they see anything of note in or around this lava pool? Roll a d20.
The party, having defeated the fire salamanders, takes a moment to investigate the lava pool that the creatures were guarding. As they peer into the fiery depths, taking care to avoid getting too close, one of the party members rolls a d20 to determine what, if anything, they notice in or around the lava pool.
Continue.
The d20 roll results are as follows: 14. With an inspection roll of 14, the party members manage to spot something of note floating on top of the lava pool. It appears to be a small, smooth stone, seemingly resistant to the intense heat of the lava.
A fucking rock, dude.
might be there.
Marshall stares at
Jake
the smooth
has-
stone floating on top of the lava. It's just a rock, he mutters, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Who would create a lava pool protected by fire salamanders for a damn rock?
Jake casts teleport to summon the rock to him and inspects it.
Jake, ever the expert in magic, casts a spell to call the small stone towards him, teleporting it from the lava pool to his waiting hand. He carefully inspects the smooth stone, studying its texture and composition.
Jake says this could be useful, pulling out his research book and looking up what the stone does. What is the result of his research?
Jake, upon examining the stone with his research book, delves into the pages looking for any information about its properties or purpose. After a few moments of studying the text, he comes across some relevant information. Interesting, Jake mutters to himself. This stone appears to possess heat resistance and has been used in the creation of magical heat-resistant armor.
Well, that's cool. I'll throw it in my hat for later, Jake says.
Marshall.
Yeah, we can take it to a blacksmith.
Marshall.
Jake places the heat-resistant stone safely inside his hat for future use.
Marshall,
Well, that's a neat find, he
What?
remarks.
you need to pull your phone
Heat-resistant
out.
armor could come in handy in some situations. Better keep this handy.
Fucking straight. What am I looking at?
Look at it.
Let me see. That's pretty good.
Now,
That's
now everybody's got.
That's pretty good.
Now everybody's got their items, their special items on their character too.
Oh, dude, I love the lead book. I'm actually gonna change the art on my OG spell book to that. What? Ozzy? Yeah.
So you got your dagger, right? Your sword with the, and I got my magical flute, and then Jake's got his magical weed spellbook. And in each corner, I'm gonna give everybody their special item, and it's just gonna be like a random generated item. Hell yeah!
No, I'm gonna use that stone to enchant me some fire-resistant boots so I can walk on lava.
No, tell me that doesn't look
Lava
like
walk.
perfect now.
No, it looks great.
Yeah, I changed you too. I changed you less armor, right? But more like archer, you know?
Yeah. And then the scales and the fangs, I'm gonna potentially see if they're useful in creating my sword later. That is why I'm collecting a bunch of magma items. But
Do you hear the
So-
music and everything too?
we just cured. Well, like if I'm looking at your stream, I have it muted because I don't want to hear me through the stream after like 5 seconds after. I'll check it out later, Dakota. For sure. I want to hear the music. I can't hear the music right now. I hear it every once in a while through the phone though. But
Yeah.
we should
It's
keep
actually,
it going.
all
We
right.
were just
One more
we were
thing.
just
It's
last-
one more thing. I got to stream it on Twitch and I got it on YouTube at the same time.
oh, that's cool.
And the YouTube one, I actually had to customize the layout personally for that too. So that one's a completely different layout, but the exact same stuff.
We'll look out later when we're like wrapping it up tonight. But let's get going.
Let's keep going.
Ask it before instead of saying continue. Ask it to repeat the current event.
Sure, let's quickly recap the current events in the story. Jake, Marshall, Swiss, and Brucelyn have made their way through the Fire Kingdom to the lair of the Fire Salamanders. The Fire Salamanders, weak against water damage, were taken down by the combined efforts of the party members. They also discovered a heat-resistant stone in the lava pool guarded by the Fire Salamanders, which Jake has decided to keep for potential future use.
The ground suddenly begins to shake and tremor, and then there is a small earthquake, and the entire party falls through the ground into a large cavern underneath the volcano.
They are now in a big cavern with many lava pits around it. Lying on the ground, everyone gets up, dazed and confused. They all have their own dialogue.
Jake, ow, that was quite a fall. Swiss, ugh, my head. What just happened? Marshall, I feel like I've been hit by a truck, Ruslan. That was intense. Let's assess the situation. The party looks around, taking in their surroundings. Lava pits are everywhere, casting a hellish glow on the cavernous space.
They find a bonfire.
Why a bonfire?
They find a bonfire randomly sitting a few feet from where they were landed. The crew proceeds to sit around the bonfire and talk about what just happened. What is their dialogue?
The party gathers around the mysterious bonfire, grateful for the warmth and light it provides. They take a moment to catch their breath and process the sudden turn of events. So, anyone care to explain why there's a random bonfire in a lava cave? Swiss beats me. Maybe it's some kind of sign, Marshall, or a trap. Can't be too careful. Bruceland. Either way, let's take a moment to collect ourselves before moving on.
We gotta get rid of Bruce.
Who is the suspicious character who actually went and laid down the water campfire in the Nether? What happens next? Everybody has their own dialogue.
What, water campfire? What are you fucking talking about?
Dakota? Just rewind it. Take all that away. What are you fucking talking about? That's ridiculous.
There seems to be some confusion, as the characters aren't sure what water campfire is being referred to. Jake, water campfire? I have no idea what you're talking about. That sounds absurd. How can a campfire be made of water? So yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe you're confused or something.
Jake then proceeds to say, Dakota must be hyped, or Swiss must be hyped up on his luck potions again. And then everyone has a good laugh.
Jake chuckles at the apparent confusion regarding the water campfire. Ah, now it makes sense, he says. Seems like Swiss may be a bit too hyped up on his luck potions again. The party shares a light-hearted laugh, amused by the mix-up.
Jake takes a
And
massive
then,
fart.
just as they think they're safe for a moment, the ground begins to shake again. And then they feel as if they're being lifted up off the ground.
Because Jake takes a massive
And
fart.
then they come to find out that underneath them, a golem has appeared.
Because
This
Jake
was a bonfire mimic.
because Jake had a massive fart.
The party, enjoying the momentary reprieve, suddenly feels the ground shake and realizes they're lifting off the ground. Confused, they look around and spot the culprit, a golem emerging from beneath them, having been attracted by Jake's thunderous gaseous eruption. Seriously, Jake? Marshall groans. You can't control your farts even in a life-threatening situation.
How could you, Jake? Swiss says.
And then everyone starts laughing, even despite the dangerous situation they're in. And then they all proceed to jump off of the golem and try to figure out what they're gonna do. They get into their battle stances.
And Jake proceeds to fart massively.
Despite the dangerous situation, the party can't help but find humor in the situation. As they prepare for battle, Jake lets out another rip-roaring fart, adding an unexpected twist to the scene. Swiss. Jake, seriously? You've got to stop with the gas attacks. Bruceland. I think the golem's already regretting coming after us.
Narrator, there is no Bruce Lee in this story. There are only 3 party members, Jake, Swiss, and Marshall, who are now confronted with a stone, fire, magma, lava golem of destruction.
Jake farts again, and the golem laughs and says, "Good one."
Oops, sorry about that mix-up. The golem, previously stone-faced and intimidating, now stares at the party, still faintly amused by Jake's flatulence. Jake, wait, did it just laugh at that? Marshall, is this golem getting friendly with us because of your farts?
Swiss, Jake, keep farting. Keep doing it. Keep pulling off the good ones.
Jake takes a big swig off of Dakota's luck potion. Yes. And then he proceeds to fart like crazy in the golem's face.
Accidentally shitting his pants.
Swiss, encouraged by Marshall's suggestion, takes cues from Jake and begins to release a barrage of farts. Each one aimed strategically at the golem. Jake, emboldened by the luck potion, joins in the foul-smelling assault, letting loose farts of epic proportions, eventually losing control and, unfortunately, soiling himself in the process.
Continue.
The party watches in a combination of disbelief and amusement as Jake and Swiss turn the encounter into a fart fest, with Jake's mishap adding an extra layer of absurdity to the situation. The golem seems both confused and repulsed as it's bombarded with a barrage of smells, its stone visage struggling to remain stoic in the face of such fragrant assault.
Okay.
I want to make this thing my companion.
What do you mean? You're gonna make a whole rock golem thing your companion?
Dakota, why do you keep talking?
I paused
Wait,
it.
I've got something before he does that.
Okay.
I've got something before he does that.
Yeah. Don't you want to think I want to
We're
talk
gonna
to him?
weaken it. We're gonna weaken it first.
I just play it and let me say my thing, and then you can repause it and we can talk.
All right. Go ahead.
Jake notices something sticking out of the shoulder of the stone golem. It seems to be a hilt of a sword that could possibly be made of obsidian.
The wolf goes up.
Amidst the chaos of farting and laughter, Jake's sharp eyes spot something unusual on the stone golem's shoulder. The hilt of a sword, which appears to be made of obsidian. Jake, hold up, guys. Look at this. He points at the sword, excitement in his voice. That looks like an obsidian sword.
Jake then, thinking quickly about how to resolve the situation, thinks that the golem might just be irritated from the sword lodged into its shoulder. He then uses his time manipulation spell to freeze time around the golem.
And accidentally bumps the sword,
Rolls a
irritating it.
D20 to determine the results. He is an extremely strong wizard.
Jake, ever the quick thinker, suspects the golem's anger might stem from the mysterious sword embedded in its shoulder. With the precise use of his time manipulation spell, he temporarily freezes time around the golem. Jake then carefully bumps the sword, hoping to dislodge it and address the issue that might be causing the golem's aggression. Given Jake's significant magical prowess, the results are likely to be significant. 7.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. 'Cause I'm gonna head out.
Okay. Are you gonna call back? I think?
Yeah, I just whatever. Needed a second to.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss quick too, so give me a second as well.
Yo, wait, Marshall.
What's up? What?
What are you doing there?
I'm going home.
I remember that unfortunate incident, unfortunately. Jake was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got caught in a messy situation with a dinosaur. Before the unfortunate incident with the dinosaur, Jake had been exploring a dense jungle, investigating a mysterious temple that had recently been rediscovered. He had heard rumors of strange activity in the area and was determined to find out what was going on. Nothing? Sheepishly. Jake, ever the quick thinker, suspects the golem's anger might stem from the mysterious sword embedded in its shoulder. With a precise use of his time manipulation spell, he temporarily freezes time around the golem. Jake then carefully bumps the sword, hoping to dislodge it and address the issue that might be causing the golem's aggression. Given Jake's significant magical prowess, the results are likely to be significant. 7. With the golem temporarily frozen in time, Jake consumes 2 energy potions, fueling his already heightened energy levels. Meanwhile, Swiss and Marshall watch from a safe distance as Jake becomes noticeably more animated, his energy apparently surging. Jake shouts, his voice echoing through the cavern. Yeah, I friggin' love energy drinks. Woo! Given Jake's significantly boosted energy levels brought on by the energy drinks, his chances of successfully removing the sword from the golem should be amplified. Jake focuses his energy and rolls a d20 to determine the outcome. Sevelzy. With a roll of 17, Jake successfully harnesses his heightened energy levels and concentrates his power. He gently touches the hilt of the obsidian sword embedded in the golem's shoulder, applying a precise amount of force. The sword begins to loosen from its stubborn perch, and with a firm tug, Jake manages to pull it out with surprising ease. Jake, holding the newly dislodged obsidian sword in his hand, can't help but let out a small chuckle. Jake, that was easier than expected. Swiss and Marshall, who were witnessing the scene from afar, approached Jake. Marshall, nice job, Jake. I wasn't sure how that was gonna go. Yeah, that energy boost paid off. You've got to share those potion recipes, man. Jake grins, still holding the obsidian sword. No worries, guys. Seems like that little energy boost was just what I needed to get that job done. Marshall and Swiss exchange amused glances, grateful that the situation was resolved without any major incident. Swiss looks thoughtfully at Jake. Swiss, hang on, we're forgetting something here. We froze time on the golem because we thought the sword was making it angry, right? Marshall nods. Yeah, that was the plan. So what happens now? The golem's still gonna be pissed when we unfreeze it. Jake, considering their options, suggests using Swiss's magical flute to try and control the golem's mind. Jake, all right, Swiss, pull out that magical flute of yours. Try to soothe its mind and make it more docile. Swiss nods and produces the magical instrument, beginning to play a melody intended to exert mind control over the golem. As Swiss raises the magical flute to his lips, the first notes ring out through the cavern, filling the space with a soothing, melodic sound. The tune, composed specifically for mind control purposes, contains calming, lulling notes that gradually transform into a more gentle, pacifying rhythm. The music flows through the air, its purpose to ease the golem's anger and make it more docile. Dakota's exceptional luck might play a role in the outcome. To determine the golem's reaction to the magical tune played on Swiss's flute, a D20 roll is needed. 18. As the melody from Swiss's flute fills the air, the golem seems to calm down slightly, but still grumbles as it addresses Jake. Golem, you humans are also stupid. Can't even keep your companions straight? Jake, trying to turn the situation around, decides to offer a friendly gesture. Jay, no need for any more hostility. Here, want to take a hit from my giant Sherlock Holmes pipe? The golem perks up a bit, intrigued by the offer. Golem, I suppose humans can be a bit forgetful, it grumbles, eyeing the massive pipe. But how can you forget your own friend's name? Jake responds defensively, trying to clear the air. Jake, hey now, I didn't forget anyone's name. I was just a bit confused, all right? Jake sighs, realizing the golem is still fixated on his earlier mistake. Look, I get it. I made a mistake with the names. But can we move past that now? The golem responds with a slightly annoyed tone. Golem, how can I trust you if you can't even remember the name of your own friend? Marshall chimes in, trying to inject some logic into the conversation. Marshall, hold on, golem. If you don't even know our names, how can you accuse Jake of mixing them up? The golem stops short. Marshall made a good point. Golem. I suppose that's a fair argument. Jake strikes up a bit of banter, enjoying the moment. Jake, you like that bud, huh? Nice and mellow, right? The golem nods, appreciating the shared experience. Yeah, it was pretty decent. Not the rarest strain I've ever had, but not bad. Jake then points out that he did help remove the sword from the golem's shoulder, which was causing it pain. Jake, and you're welcome for freeing you from that annoying sword. At least give me some extra credit for that, my man. Marshall steps forward, presenting each member to the golem, one by name. Marshall, allow me to properly introduce my companions. This is Swiss. Swiss offers a friendly wave. Marshall, and this here is our luckiest member, Dakota. Dakota nods, a sly smile on his face. And last but not least, our wizard extraordinaire, Jake. Jake gives a casual salute. Sure, here's the modified version of the conversation with the correction. Jake, trying to smooth things over, says, "Look, let's all start fresh here. I know I messed up before, and I apologize for that. I didn't mean to forget anybody's name." Marshall jumps in. "Yeah, let's get introductions sorted out. Golem, this is Swiss, Jake, and myself, Marshall." Swiss and Jake both acknowledge the golem with nods and smiles. Marshall, curious about the golem's identity, asks, "Hey, we've been referring to you as Golem, but do you have a name of your own?" The golem considers the question for a moment before replying in a gravelly voice, "I suppose I never really had a proper name. Most creatures and beings just refer to me as the golem." The golem ponders for a moment before responding. Golem. Well, I never gave it much thought, but I suppose it would be nice to have a name. Something that represents who I am. Marshall, how we come up with something for you then? Got any preferences? The golem thinks for a moment, considering its options. Golem. I've always thought the name Stonebeard had a nice ring to it, but I'm not sure I fit that image. Marshall chuckles, finding the name both fitting and amusing. Stonebeard, huh? I could see that. But it does make you seem a little older than you look. The golem, clearly pleased with the nickname and the invitation, grins. Golem. Well, I must say I'm quite flattered. Stonebeard it is then. And as for your offer... Stonebeard pauses, giving the group a thoughtful look. Stonebeard. I could use a change of scenery. Count me in, fellow Beardman. Stonebeard ponders the question for a moment. Stonebeard. As a golem, I've been standing guard in this cavern for countless years. Time is hard to measure when you're a living stone being. I've seen many adventurers come and go, none quite like you all. Great. Feel free to continue with the conversation. Stonebeard, standing tall, considers the request. Stonebeard, ah, you seek the heart of the volcano and material for a magma blade. A worthy endeavor. He glances at the group, assessing their abilities. Stonebeard, I can guide you there, but the path will be treacherous. Are you all prepared for what lies ahead? Stonebeard begins to sing a simple yet amusing tune, expressing his skills as a blacksmith. Stonebeard, singing. I'm a Stonebeard, a living stone with a heart made of fire. I can craft the strongest blades, with materials rare and dire. Stonebeard gestures towards his molten hands, clearly proud of his craftsmanship. Stonebeard stops singing and considers Marshall's question. Stonebeard, I'm not limited to just fire weapons, no. I can craft a variety of magical items, swords, shields, armor, and more. Just tell me what you need, and I shall make it so. With Stonebeard now part of their group, the journey continues. The golem's deep, gravelly voice seems to have a natural inclination to rhyme, no matter the topic. Stonebeard, onward we go, to the heart of the inferno, where you seek the magma to forge a mighty blade. As Stonebeard leads the way, his rhymes continue to entertain the group. Stonebeard, step lightly, friends, for the path is treacherous, full of heat and fire. It's no mere picnic. Jake chuckles at Stonebeard's rhymes, clearly enjoying his new companion's unusual quirk. The group continues following Stonebeard through the winding caverns, his rhyming commentary adding a touch of personality to their journey. Stonebeard, through the heart of fire and rock we tread, the heat is intense, a true test of the dead. Marshall glances at Swiss with a smirk, finding Stonebeard's unusual speech pattern amusing. With every step deeper into the volcano, Stonebeard's rhymes become more frequent and more creative. Stonebeard, lava flows on all sides, a river of molten might. Watch your step, dear friends, or you'll end up quite aghast. Jake grins, marveling at the golem's unique talent for rapping, while Swiss struggles to suppress a laugh at the absurdity of it all. As the party reaches a pool of bubbling lava, they find their progress halted. Ah, pool of molten lava, a fierce barrier it is. What to do, my friends? It seems there's no way past. Swiss, unable to hold back a laugh anymore, interrupts. So I swear if this golem rhymes one more time. Jake chimes in, defending Stonebeard's unique talent. Jake, let the man rhyme in peace. It's not hurting anyone. Swiss rolls his eyes but relents. Fine, fine. I'll try to appreciate the poetry, I suppose. Narration paused. Sounds like an exciting and dangerous adventure. Congrats on acquiring your new magma golem companion. The fact that you talked your way out of a situation and gained a powerful ally just adds to the epicness of the journey. Marshall turns to Stonebeard and asks, "Hey, since you're a magma golem made of stone, do you think you could carry us across the lava pool?" Stonebeard considers the question for a moment before nodding. Stonebeard, my stone body is resistant to heat, and I am quite strong. I believe I can carry you all across the lava pool. Jake hops onto Stonebeard's shoulder with the rest of the party, and the group starts to make their way across the lava pool. Stonebeard, sounding pleased, says, I quite enjoy having you on my shoulder, friend. It's very comfortable, I must say. Swiss, having been quiet for a moment, perks up at Marshall's question. Swiss, oh yeah, I'm alive and well. Just enjoying the ride and the scenery on our new friend's shoulders here? He pats Stonebeard on the shoulder affectionately. Everyone chuckles at Swiss's comment, realizing the importance of timing in everything. Jake chimes in with a hint of good-natured annoyance. Hey, easy there. Timing is everything, don't forget. But thanks for keeping the mood light-hearted, Swiss. As Stonebeard carries the group safely across the lava pool, they finally arrive at the heart of the volcano. A large chamber houses an ancient magma forge, and Stonebeard's eyes light up at the sight of it. Stonebeard grins at Jake, gesturing toward the forge. Stonebeard, here we are, the heart of the volcano. And look at that forge, as hot and fiery as ever. It's the perfect spot for crafting your mighty magma blade, friend Jake. Stonebeard takes the obsidian longsword and the salamander scales and teeth, placing them onto the hot obsidian forge. He then begins mumbling to himself as he works his magic. Stonebeard, quite an interesting project this one. Infusing the properties of the salamander scales and teeth into the obsidian longsword, a true testament to craftsmanship. And all because you're so cute, my friend Jake. As he works, the materials slowly start to merge, the obsidian glowing bright red, signifying the infusion beginning. The materials continue to combine, the salamander scales and teeth melding with the obsidian to form a new, stronger, and fiery blade. The heat from the magma forge is intense, but Stonebeard is unfazed, working skillfully and with precision. Stonebeard. It's coming along nicely. Soon enough, you'll have yourself a mighty obsidian magma longsword, fit for a hero like you, Jake. As Stonebeard continues working on the obsidian magma longsword, he suddenly blurts out an unexpected statement. Jake, I have a confession to make. Jake looks up at the golem, somewhat surprised by the sudden declaration. Jake, a confession? What is it? Stonebeard grins as he continues working on the blade. Stonebeard, well, I've been thinking, I want to have your babies. After Stonebeard finished crafting the obsidian magma longsword, he presented it to Jake, a proud look in his eyes. Stonebeard, and there you have it, my friend. A true masterpiece, if I do say so myself. Jake carefully inspected the new weapon, impressed by its strength and the fire-like glow it emitted. The rest of the group gathered around, admiring the new addition to Jake's arsenal. Stonebeard takes a moment to think, mulling over the perfect name for Jake's new obsidian magma longsword. Stonebeard. Let's see. Given its fiery nature and the salamander elements you infused into it, how about Salamander's Breath? A fitting name for such an impressive weapon, if I do say so myself. As for its magical and elemental properties, Stonebeard goes on to describe the effects of the salamander scales and teeth embedded in the blade. Stonebeard, Salamander's Breath's unique properties come from the infusion of the salamander's scales and teeth. The scales Certainly, let's delve into the magical and elemental properties of Salamander's Breath. Salamanders are known for their ability to regenerate their body parts, and in similar fashion, Salamander's Breath possesses the ability to heal the wielder of minor injuries and wounds over time. Elemental property. Being infused with the essence of Salamander, Salamander's Breath possesses the power of both fire and magma. When swung, it emits miniature bursts of flame, sizzling against the air as it moves. I apologize for the confusion. Let me clarify. Indeed, the second effect of Salamander's Breath, the ability to project fiery bursts upon swinging the blade, cannot be removed or modified. It is an innate property of the weapon, resulting from the integration of salamander essence. Noted. In addition to the fiery bursts upon swinging the blade, small bits of molten lava are also released, giving the weapon a more visually and metaphorically fiery presence. Yes, that is correct. The sword named Salamander's Breath possesses two distinct abilities. Firstly, the ability to aid in the minor healing of the wielder's injuries due to infusion with the regenerative properties of salamanders, and secondly, the capacity to release fiery bursts of flame and spurts of lava upon swinging the blade, owing to the incorporation of salamander essence into the sword. Salamander's Breath is a long sword with an obsidian blade, infused with the essence of salamanders. The dark, nearly black obsidian contrasts starkly with the fiery glow of the blade, giving it a stark and dangerous appearance. The hilt of the sword is adorned with intricately carved salamander scales, symbolizing the weapon's connection to its namesake. Jake, admiring Salamander's Breath, grins widely. Damn, that does sound pretty badass. Can't wait to try it out in a fight. As the group takes a moment to discuss the new weapon, Stonebeard pipes up, continuing his usual habit of speaking in rhymes. Stonebeard, Salamander's Breath, a blade of fire and might. Marshall and Swiss exchange looks, both amused and slightly exasperated by the golem's poetic tendencies. Jake chuckles, already enamored with his new weapon. Stonebeard grins, clearly enjoying himself as he continues weaving rhymes together. Stonebeard, infused with the essence of the salamander's fire, a blade to strike a mighty dire. Swiss groans slightly but can't help a small smile, while Marshall just chuckles, shaking his head. Jake listens intently, examining Salamander's Breath's intricate design. As Swiss brings out his magical flute and begins to play a tune, a flock of small birds materializes in his vicinity. They swoop around his head, tweeting softly, creating a small winged cloud around him. Jake and Marshall look at the spectacle in slight surprise, while Stonebeard observes from the side, still grinning at his own poetic ramblings. Stonebeard stops mid-rhyme, temporarily caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the birds. Stonebeard, well, that's quite a charming trick, friend Swiss. Swiss pockets his flute and smirks, enjoying the brief distraction. Jake, still admiring Salamander's Breath, asks about the plans for the next steps. Jake, all right, now that I have this new blade, what's the plan from here? Jake ponders the possibilities of his time manipulation abilities. He's still uncertain about the full extent of his powers, but he's keen to put them to the test. Meanwhile, Marshall and Swiss wait patiently, trusting Jake's judgment. Stonebeard nods, acknowledging Jake's thought process. Stonebeard, take your time, friend Jake. We're in no rush. Once you've figured it out, we'll be right behind you. Marshall and Swiss offer encouraging smiles, ready to support Jake in whatever plan he comes up with. Jake's mind drifts to the sea serpent and the lost crew they encountered earlier. Thinking about his time manipulation abilities, he considers the possibility of using a time portal to return to that previous situation. Jake turns to his companions and poses his idea. Jake, hey guys, I've been thinking, given my time magic, do you think it's possible to create a portal to travel back in time to when we met that sea serpent and those sailors? Marshall chimes in, agreeing with Jake's idea. Exactly. I can't get Captain Luke, Blackwood, and his crew out of my head. They clearly didn't deserve their fate. And to think that they were just left to the mercy of the sea serpent. Marshall nods, expressing his agreement with Jake's idea. Exactly, Jake. I feel terrible for Captain Luke Blackwood and his crew. We should try to help them if we can. Both Swiss and Stonebeard chime in with their support. Agreed. It's the least we could do, considering our abilities. Stonebeard. Aye, to right a past wrong. That's what heroes do. Stonebeard grins at Marshall's comment, pleased by the compliment. Stonebeard, I have my moments. Jake chimes in, expressing the difficulty and energy required for such a feat. Yeah. Creating a time portal to travel back in time is going to take a lot out of me. We'll need to stock up on potions and other energy-boosting items to ensure I have the stamina for it. Jake nods, trying to alleviate the group's concerns. Jake, relax guys, we have enough potions for now. We'll stock up more when we get back to town. Swiss, Marshall, and Stonebeard look relieved, feeling reassured by Jake's confident demeanor. Jake takes a moment to collect his thoughts, mentally preparing himself for the task at hand. Jake, all right, I think I'm ready. Let's do this. Swiss, Marshall, and Stonebeard gather around, preparing themselves for the forthcoming journey back in time. Jake feels the power surging through him as he channels all of his magical energy. He quickly downs all 6 energy potions, one after the other. He feels a rush of strength and stamina course through his body. Jake draws upon the energy coursing through him, focusing intently on the staff of magical enhancements. He calls upon its time portal creating abilities and pushes his intelligence, wisdom, energy, and everything possible to the limit. With a final shout, he rolls a d20 to open the time portal. Everyone holds their breath, waiting to see if his efforts will pay off. The air crackles with magical energy as Jake's focus intensifies. His outstretched hand trembles slightly under the strain, and his breathing becomes labored as he pushes his very essence to the limit. Everyone is staring intensely, waiting for the outcome. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, there's a sudden burst of energy as a shimmering portal appears before them. The gateway crackles with a brilliant blue light, seeming to warp space and time. Jake sags slightly, feeling the immense energy drain from his body, but his eyes remain focused on the portal. The shimmering gateway pulses with arcane energy, its edges rippling with otherworldly force. Marshall, Swiss, and Stonebeard exchange glances, realizing that Jake had managed to successfully create the time portal they needed. Jake looks at his companions, exhausted but determined. Jake, looks like we're in. We should head through the portal now before it closes. Marshall, Swiss, and Stonebeard nod, their expressions serious and resolute. They step up to the shimmering gateway, preparing themselves for whatever awaits them on the other side. Swiss rummages through his backpack, searching for any extra snacks he might have hidden away. He digs through the various compartments and pockets, his eyes scanning the contents intently. Swiss, let's see, I might have a few extra snacks in here somewhere. Marshall and Stonebeard watch in mild fascination as Swiss continues his search, their curiosity piqued by his dedication to finding snacks. Swiss digs deeper into his backpack, his brow furrowed in concentration. He mutters to himself as he checks each pocket and compartment, determined to find any hidden snacks he may have packed. Marshall laughs softly, amused by Swiss's fixation on food. Marshall, still thinking about snacks, Swiss? Isn't there a time portal waiting for us? They step through the shimmering gateway, a slight shiver passing through their bodies at the peculiar sensation of traversing through time. On the other side, they find themselves standing on the deck of a large ship, a stark difference from the previous location they were just in. The scene is chaotic, with sailors fighting desperately against the massive sea serpent. They can see Captain Luke Blackwood and his crew bravely battling the creature. A holy longsword is currently embedded in one of the serpent's eyes, but it still has a substantial amount of health left. The sea serpent thrashes about, its massive body smashing into barrels and crates, causing sailors to scramble out of its way. Captain Blackwood and his crew are desperately trying to hold it off, but it's clear that they're struggling against the powerful creature. The holy longsword in its eye does seem to provide them with an advantage, but the serpent is still a formidable foe. Jake, feeling utterly drained from the immense effort needed to create the time portal, takes a moment to catch his breath. He stands back, watching the battle unfold before him. Meanwhile, the rest of the party takes their positions, ready to face the mighty sea serpent. Marshall steps forward, his bow drawn and arrows notched. He takes aim at the sea serpent, focusing his keen vision and steady aim. Marshall quickly scales the ship's mainmast, using his agility and dexterity to climb up swiftly. Ensuring a secure grip, he knocks a poisonous arrow, takes aim at the sea serpent's injured eye, and releases it with a powerful snap. D20 result, 18. Given Marshall's 30 attack and expertise in archery, his poisoned arrow strikes true, plunging deeply into the sea serpent's already injured eye. The creature roars in pain, thrashing about as the poison begins to take effect. Damage dealt 15 piercing, 7 poison damage. The total damage dealt to the sea serpent from Marshall's attack is 35. 15 piercing was 7 poison was 13 disease. Indeed, the sea serpent will now take ongoing damage each turn due to the poison and disease inflicted by Marshall's poisoned arrow. The venom and illness will continue to wear down the creature's health, adding extra pressure to the battle. All eyes turn to Sluice, wondering what his course of action will be. What move will he make? Swiss gracefully raises his dagger, a fierce determination in his eyes. With a powerful leap, he launches himself towards the sea serpent, aiming to pierce its scales with his deadly weapon. D20 roll 19 the result. Swiss's attack lands true, his dagger finding its mark in the sea serpent's scales, dealing significant damage. The creature roars in pain, its attention briefly diverted by the quick and precise attack. Swiss's dagger sinks deep into the sea serpent's scales, dealing 20 points of damage, 10 bludgeoning plus 1d4 magical. The blow is powerful and precise, causing the serpent to let out a pained cry as it thrashes about. Given the sea serpent's injury and the previous damage inflicted by Marshall, it will take an additional 18 points of poison damage this turn. Here's a breakdown of the total damage done to the sea serpent thus far. 1. Marshall's poisoned arrow, 15 piercing damage, 7 poison damage. 2. Swiss's dagger attack, 10 bludgeoning damage, 1d4 magical damage. 3. Ongoing poison damage from Marshall's damage. Total damage dealt so far, 35. 15 piercing, 7 poison, 13 disease. Certainly. I will keep track of the sea serpent's remaining health and inform you at the end of each turn. Health remaining after Marshall's turn, 565. Understood, got it. I won't provide the remaining health of the sea serpent at the end of every turn unless specified otherwise. Captain Blackwood carefully maneuvers the ship into a position aligned with the sea serpent's side, allowing the cannons to line up for a broadside attack. The crew prepares to fire. D20 roll 8 each done to the sea serpent, 8d8 bludgeoning damage. Correct. The damage is a total of 88 points, 88 bludgeoning. The cannons strike the sea serpent with a powerful barrage, causing significant damage to its massive body. The sea serpent roars in pain, its scales denting under the impact. Given that the sea serpent has already taken damage from Marshall's poisoned arrow, it will take an additional 18 points of poison damage this turn. Marshall glances down at Jake, noticing his weary state. He calls out to him, concern in his voice. Marshall, Jake, are you ready to join the battle? Or do you need more time to recover? Swiss, impatient and eager to act, decides to launch an assault of his own instead of waiting for Jake. He dives into action and attacks, preparing to deal some serious damage. Roll for Swiss's attack. 14. Swiss swings his dagger with precision and agility, aiming to strike at the sea serpent's vulnerable spots. Swiss's dagger attack lands true, his quick reflexes allowing him to exploit a weakness in the sea serpent's scales. The blow deals 18 points of damage, 13 bludgeoning plus 1d4 magical plus 4 dexterity bonus. Jake, feeling slightly miffed by Swiss's eager attack, composes himself and focuses his magical energy into his staff. With a flick of the wrist, he casts a spell, enchanting Dakota's slingshot with lightning damage. The staff glows faintly, and the air around it crackles with electricity. Jake calls out to Dakota, "Your slingshot is now enchanted with lightning damage." Corrected. Jake enchants Swiss's slingshot with lightning damage. The magical energy crackles through the air as Jake casts the spell. Both Swiss, with enchanted slingshot, and Jake take aim and release simultaneous slingshot attacks at the sea serpent. Roll for Swiss's slingshot attack, 15. Roll for Jake's slingshot attack, 16. The enchanted slingshots fly through the air, both hitting their target. The sea serpent recoils as it's hit twice, taking double the damage. Total damage dealt, 12, 6 bludgeoning from each slingshot. Understood. Reverting to the previous scenario, where Jake enchants Swiss's slingshot with lightning damage, and both Swiss and Jake take double slingshot attacks at the sea serpent, Here is the attack recap again. Roll for Swiss's slingshot attack 15, roll for Jake's slingshot attack 16. The slingshots hit the sea serpent twice, dealing 6 bludgeoning damage each, for a total of 12 damage dealt. In that case, the 12 points of damage are added to the sea serpent's existing injuries. The creature roars in pain as the slingshots strike it twice, further adding to its weakened state. The sea serpent, furious and weakened, lashes out with its powerful tentacles, attempting to inflict damage on each party member. Roll for the serpent's attack against Jake, 14. The serpent's tentacle strikes Jake, dealing 18 points of damage, 12 bludgeoning plus 6 magical. Roll for the serpent's attack against Marshall, 19. The serpent's tentacle hits Marshall with forceful precision, dealing 26 points of damage, 19 bludgeoning plus 7 magical. Roll for the serpent's attack against Swiss,
5.
The serpent's tentacle misses Swiss, flailing past him harmlessly. You're right. It is now Marshall's turn to attack. What would he like to do? Marshall, the expert marksman, quickly and skillfully draws forth his frost and poison dagger from his belt. With a precise, expert aim, he hurls the blade at the serpent as it wriggles in the water below. D20 roll. 20. Marshall's dagger soars through the air and lands with perfect precision, piercing through the serpent's tough scales and lodging deep into the creature's flesh. Indeed, Marshall has just scored a critical hit. The critical hit means the damage dealt is significantly higher than usual. Since it's a critical hit, the damage dealt with the frost and poison combination will be doubled. Given Marshall's exceptional aim and the critical hit, the damage dealt to the sea serpent will be substantial. Since Marshall scored a critical hit against the sea serpent with his frost and poison dagger, the damage dealt will be double the usual amount. Given Marshall's 30 attack score, the critical hit multiplier, and the additional effects of the frost and poison on the serpent's health, the damage dealt will be approximately 60 points. 30 add attack x2 for the critical hit. The combination of the critical hit and the frost poison effects will leave a significant mark on the sea serpent's already weakened state. With another attack, Marshall goes for the same critical area where his previous dagger attack landed. He hurls his second poison dagger with lethal precision. D20 roll 18. The second dagger finds its mark on the serpent's flesh, plunging deep into the same critical spot as the first. This causes additional damage, as the poisonous toxins from the first hit have begun to spread. The damage dealt for this attack would be approximately 48 points. 31 attack x 1.5 for the bonus crit damage, plus 7 poison damage. The total damage Marshall inflicted on the sea serpent would be as follows. 1. First critical hit from the frost and poison dagger, 60 points. 30 attacks, 2 for the crit. 2. Second attack to the critical spot, 48 points. 31 attack 5 for the crit bonus plus 7 poison. Total, 108 points of damage. Over the past 3 turns, the sea serpent has taken a total of 18 points of poison damage due to Marshall's poisoned arrows. This has been affecting its overall health as the poison has been slowly wearing down its defenses and vitality. That's correct. The sea serpent takes 18 points of poison damage every turn due to Marshall's poisoned arrows and ongoing effect of the venom. Narration paused. Swiss, fortified by his lucky potion, takes the stage, readying his lightning slingshot. He glances at his crewmates, taking a moment to compose himself before launching his assault. D20 roll 15 with calculated precision, Swiss launches his lightning-imbued slingshot at the sea serpent. The shot is well aimed, and the electric charge crackles through the air, striking the serpent with a powerful blow. Bonus damage 12 points, extra damage from the lightning enchantment. Total damage dealt 32 points, 15 slingshot damage, 17 lightning damage. The cannon on the ship prepare to fire, their aim locked onto the sea serpent. A volley of cannonballs are loaded and ignited, waiting to unleash their fury. D20 roll for the ship's attack, 14. D20 roll for cannonball attacks, 11. The cannons roar to life, firing a barrage of cannonballs at the sea serpent. The projectiles fly through the air, impacting the creature with a deafening barrage. Total damage from the cannons, 46 points. 14 for the ship's attack, plus 32 for the cannonballs. Swiss, filled with determination, readies his lightning slingshot once more. He takes aim at the weakened sea serpent one final time, knowing it's a critical moment. D20 roll. 13 Swiss launches the slingshot, sending a bolt of electricity crackling through the air and striking the serpent. The blow is strong and true, adding more damage to the creature's already battered state. The sea serpent takes 36 points of damage. 13 slingshot damage was 23 lightning damage. Jake, taking his turn in the battle, stands ready. The sea serpent, having endured a series of blows from the party, now writhes and thrashes in a weakened state. It's time for the serpent to strike back. Gotcha. Thanks for catching that. Yes, it is indeed Jake's turn to act. Jake, channeling his magical energies, quickly casts a minor enchantment spell to infuse his Moonlight Greatsword with lightning damage. He then prepares a charged attack, holding his sword high and gathering energy for the strike. With a determined expression, Jake leaps forward, bringing his enchanted sword down in a powerful, charged attack against the sea serpent. The blade, imbued with intense energy, crackles with electricity as it connects with the beast. D20 roll 18. The charged attack hits its target with a blinding speed, dealing significant damage to the sea serpent. For the D20 roll, Jake rolls an 18, which is a successful hit. Additionally, the attack was a charged attack, which deals double damage. Plus, the sword had been previously enchanted with lightning damage, also adding extra damage. With all these factors in play, the sea serpent takes 63 points of damage. Total damage dealt, 63 points. 32 for the sword attack, plus 31 for the charged attack. The sea serpent, enraged by the onslaught, furiously lunges forward, attacking each party member in quick succession. Roll for attack against Swiss, 16. The serpent's tentacle slams into Swiss, dealing 18 points of damage. Roll for attack against Marshall, 14. The serpent's tentacle strikes Marshall, dealing 26 points of damage. Roll for attack against Jake, 13. The serpent's tentacle lashes out at Jake, dealing 24 points of damage. Marshall, battered but not broken, grits his teeth and prepares for his next move. It's his turn to strike back at the serpent. Marshall, loading his bow with 2 ice arrows, takes careful aim at the serpent's weakened spots. He then takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and loosed the arrows. D20 roll for first shot, 15. D20 roll for second shot, 11. Marshall's arrows fly through the air, each one finding its mark on the serpent's vulnerable spots. The creature winces as the ice arrows hit their targets. The damage from Marshall's 2 ice arrows would be a combined 36 points, 15 for the first shot, plus 21 for the second shot. The ice arrows that Marshall fired inflict several effects on the sea serpent. The attacks deal a combined total of 36 points of damage, which further weakens the serpent. Additionally, the effect of the ice causes the serpent's movements to become slightly slower and less coordinated, making it more vulnerable to further attacks. Swiss, readying himself for action, prepares to leap into the fray. It's his turn to strike the sea serpent once more. Swiss, fueled by his luck potion, prepares for a quick double attack. He takes a swig of the potion and prepares his slingshot, which has been enchanted with lightning powers. D20 roll for first attack, 15 D20 roll for second attack, 12 with a swift motion. Swiss launches his lightning-imbued slingshot twice at the sea serpent. Both shots find their marks, dealing significant damage thanks to the boost from the luck potion. Swiss's double attack, with both of his slingshots enhanced by the luck potion, deals a combined total of 43 points of damage to the sea serpent. The ship, maneuvered into position by the crew, readies its cannons to fire at the sea serpent. The tension in the air is palpable as the crew prepares to deliver a final blow. Or D20 roll for the ship's broadside cannons. 18. The cannons roar to life, firing a barrage of cannonballs that soar through the air, striking the sea serpent with devastating force. The total damage from the ship's broadside attack would be a hefty 66 points, 26 for the ship's attack plus 40 for the cannonballs. Swiss can't help but let out a whoop of joy as the sea serpent falls. We did it! We actually did it! He raises his slingshot triumphantly, a wide smile gracing his face. Jake watches the sea serpent's defeat with a satisfied smirk. That's what I call a decisive victory. He turns to the others, eyes gleaming. Marshall's face breaks into a broad grin as the serpent falls. We make a damn good team. When the ship captain presents the chest full of coins, Swiss's eyes widen in disbelief. By the gods, that's quite a haul we've earned. Jake regards the chest with a satisfied nod, his eyes glimmering at the sight of the gold. Well, that's certainly a nice bit of compensation for a day's work. Marshall gazes at the chest with obvious interest, his expression one of pleased surprise. You weren't exaggerating about the pay. That's quite a handsome reward for our efforts. Marshall moves over to the fallen sea serpent, carefully retrieving Jake's holy long sword and his own poison frost dagger from the creature. He then turns his attention to the serpent's scales, intent on collecting some as trophies. D20 roll for collecting scales. 17. Marshall deftly uses his dagger to attempt to skin some scales from the serpent. Thanks to his skill and precision, he is successful in collecting several scales, peeling them off carefully. Jake, being knowledgeable in various magical and alchemical properties, sets himself to the task of researching the scales collected by Marshall. He pores over tomes and scrolls, studying the scales and their properties. After some time, Jake looks up from his research, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems these scales have several interesting properties, he says. They could be used in the creation of magical potions, armor, or even weapons. I think they could fetch a pretty penny in the right market. The properties of the sea serpent scales, as discovered by Jake through his research, are as follows. 1. Resilience. The scales are incredibly tough and resistant to damage, making them ideal for crafting durable armor and protective gear. 2. Magical affinity. The scales possess inherent magical energy, making them valuable ingredients for creating magical potions or imbuing magical properties into objects. 3. Value. Due to their rarity and unique properties, the scales are highly sought after by collectors and merchants, making them valuable commodities in the marketplace. Jake looks up at Marshall, a determined look in his eyes. You know, I could use a few more of those scales for some experiments. Do you mind if I take a few more? He says, gesturing to the still dead serpent. Marshall, eager to collect more scales for Jake's experiments, returns to the serpent's corpse and begins searching for undamaged scales. He carefully peels off any scales that are still intact, being careful not to damage them. A D20 roll for collecting scales. 19 Marshall's expert touch and keen eye allow him to successfully collect several more scales in pristine condition. After retrieving some more scales from the serpent's body, Marshall has collected a total of 20 scales in excellent condition. That's correct. The total number of scales collected includes the first set of scales Marshall retrieved, along with the additional ones he just peeled off the serpent. So in total, there are 20 scales in excellent condition now. Marshall carefully places the 20 sea serpent scales he's collected into his pack, securing them in a safe compartment. He pats his pack, satisfied that the scales are now safely stowed away. Certainly. The sea serpent scales have several unique properties, including resilience. These scales are highly durable and resilient, making them well suited for crafting protective gear and armor. 2. Magical affinity. The scales possess inherent magical energy that can be used to create magical potions or enhance objects with magical properties. 3. Value. Due to their rarity and unique magical properties, the sea serpent scales are considered valuable and sought after by collectors and merchants.